Hello and welcome everyone to the New Consciousness Summit. I am Felicia Lee and this is the beautiful Fernando. Welcome everyone. Fernando, what are you excited about with this summit?
Hi, Flea. I'm very, very excited for this new consciousness summit, and I want to give a warm welcome to everyone who is already joining this summit. We have worked so hard with this because there are years of progress and lifetimes of progress to make this happen. So I'm very excited because we're going to share different topics about uh, how to connect with the how to get a new consciousness, how to cultivate that, and how to identify some saboteurs that have been holding us back and how to set free from them. So I'm very, very happy for this. I'm so grateful for you, Felicia.
Oh, thank you so much. And why has this been so important to get this message out for you? I know that I've followed your journey and we've done many summits before, but this passion to share the message and to bring healers together, that's the core essence of what you do. And is there something behind that others out there might be feeling but haven't connected yet to this new age, new consciousness and awareness that we are driving?
The main reason that we are doing this is because Mother Earth is a living being that is already performing its own awakening process. But human beings are not doing that. So it's a pity that we are not doing that because we have the ability to do that. And in this summit, we share some very useful tools. And even sharing some uh, an electronic device on how to measure our emotion shifting from an unwanted state of uh, rage or self-pity or lack of self-worth or things like that into another level, which is grace, gratitude, joy, happiness, or love. And not only that, it's only possible to measure how to get to a new level of awareness through these modern tools. We are facing an era in which humankind has to awaken urgently because otherwise Mother Earth is already evolving, and this new Mother Earth will be hold will be ready to hold only those human beings that are already evolving. The rest is very difficult that they're going to thrive in the next few years. That's why we're doing this summit.
I love that you brought these terms, new consciousness and awakening, this coming into this awareness of how connected we are to our energy, to the earth, and your beautiful presentation on the heart rate coherence, how quick it is to really heal and mend those parts of ourselves that we feel either broken or disconnected to. So, for anyone that has joined us here today, welcome. We really value your time and your energy and hope that you enjoy the beautiful presenters and speakers that have gifted us their wisdom today. Is there anything else you'd like to share, Fernando, before we kick off this beautiful summit and these lovely recordings?
Yes, we chose every single speaker with so much with so much attention because they were picked according to the level of consciousness. And we checked that every one of them is getting to another level of consciousness to be able to bring the right message for the audience. And I hope that everyone here enjoys this amazing event.
Mm. Thank you so much. And for anyone that can't stick around and watch the continuous stream, please join us at awakeningacademy.com. The replays and the VIP is there. There are so many beautiful infographics, ebooks, digital products available for you in that package, as well as some additional content and ways to get you onto that new consciousness platform and standing. So we can't wait to see you there. Don't forget to register and follow and join us on all of our pages. And Fernando, where can people find you if they don't have the time to watch this and they just really want to connect and join you in your endeavors?
Yes, anyone can find me on social media, Facebook, Instagram, as PhD Fernando Coach. And also we have another Instagram, which is ensa.biofeedback, ENSA.biofeedback, because this is our new biofeedback project that is the best so far in the world. Thank you, Felicia.
Thank you, Fernando, and enjoy, everybody. Have a fabulous day.
Of the violent beast.
And none of this would be possible without our co host, the beautiful Fernando. So let's meet Fernando. As an electronic engineer turned healer and coach, on a mission to bring balance and harmony to people's lives, Fernando's journey from the realm of electronic engineering to the world of healing and coaching is a fascinating tale of transformation and self discovery. His decision to shift gears and explore the realms of spirituality and holistic well being speaks volumes about his courage and dedication to making a positive impact on the lives of others. After a successful career in the USA, Fernando felt a calling to delve deeper into the mysteries of the human psyche and the power of healing. In 2015, he embarked on a profound self-healing journey and not only transformed his own life, but also unlocked the hidden talents and insights from past lives as well. This inner exploration not only enriched his own understanding of human experience, but also equipped him with the wisdom and compassion necessary to guide others on their paths in this healing and self-discovery journey. By 2019, Fernando had become a beacon of light for thousands of seekers and therapists around the world. His unique approach to healing resonated with individuals from 27 countries, each finding solace and transformation through his guidance and support. The ability to connect people on a deep, soulful level and his intuitive understanding of their needs set him apart as a truly gifted healer and coach. A groundbreaking move in 2023, Fernando unveiled his latest innovation, a revolutionary biofeedback system designed to combat stress, anxiety, and depression in just 4 weeks. Completely free of any side effects, this cutting-edge project represents the culmination of Fernando's diverse expertise, blending ancient wisdom, engineering precision, and modern scientific advancements to create a holistic solution for mental and emotional well-being. The biofeedback system developed by Fernando aims to promote heart coherence and regulate the autonomic nervous system, offering a comprehensive approach to healing that addresses the root causes of emotional imbalance and distress. Through his tireless dedication and innovative spirit, Fernando continues to inspire and empower individuals worldwide to embark on their own journeys and healing, growth, and self-realization. Thank you, Fernando, for all that you do and for making this summit possible. Let's welcome him, everybody, with a great big round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to this amazing summit. I'm so grateful for Felicia Lee, who is helping me organize this New Consciousness Summit. And I'm so excited to share with you that there are many different ways to get to the new consciousness. And there is one simple way that I will love to share here with you. And you can get to another level of awareness by investing just 5 to 10 minutes per day. That's all that you have to do, 5 to 10 minutes per day. How we can do that? And I will show you the details here. Just before telling a little bit about this solution and this system for a new awareness, let me tell you that my name is Fernando Marengo Rodriguez, also known as PhD Fernando Coach. I've been working as a scientific researcher, professor at the university, engineer for companies in the US, and also an entrepreneur. And finally, after decades, actually after lifetimes of inner work, I finally found my mission. And here I'm going to show you a little bit about this. So we're going to the next slide here. And this new level of awareness is very simple to achieve through the very first step, which is heart coherence. I mean, heart coherence is basically putting in coherence our breath rate and our heart rate. So we breathe deeply and slowly so that when we inhale, our heart rate increases, and when we exhale, our heart rate decreases. But before getting into coherence, let's get into the science about this. The heart rate is measured through the beat-to-beat intervals. As we all know, our beat-to-beat interval is not constant. However, there's a calculation of an average of those intervals, and that average is called average heart rate. And there's also a variation in those beat-to-beat intervals, and that is known as heart rate variability. And according to studies, the higher the heart rate variability, or HRV for short, the better our emotional and physical health. It is also demonstrated that we can increase the heart rate variability at will. How can we do that? Through the right breathing pattern. There are many breathing patterns that allows us to get higher heart rate variability, but there is one precise breathing pattern that gives us the maximum heart rate variability, and that is called a resonance frequency. On average, inhaling for 5 seconds and exhaling for 5 seconds. But it is very, very unique on each person. For instance, for some people, it could be inhaling for 5.1 seconds and exhaling for 6.4 seconds. And this exact breathing time is found through these technologies that we developed here. So just finishing with the concept of heart coherence, as we show here in the graphics, when we breathe at the resonance frequency, that gives us a maximum heart rate variability and better health, consequently, it means that the heart rate is coherent with the breathing. As I said previously, when we inhale, the heart rate increases, and when we exhale, the heart rate decreases. So there are many devices and protocols to practice heart coherence, to train that optimum breathing pattern. One that is very well known around the world is HeartMath, but there are many, many other devices available in the market. However, we created a system that consists of a hardware and a software and a protocol. That is called the ENSA biofeedback system. We have the hardware and the game. Then I will show it to you. And the advantage of this system is that it outperforms any other existing device in the market. Why is that? Because we combined ancient and modern tools so that the trainee feels more at ease. They feel safe space, more relaxed, easier and faster. And that's why they get into that state of peace very, very fast, even in 2 minutes or in 5 minutes, just to start. That produces a tremendously wonderful result. So our protocol, it helps to cultivate a state of peace faster and easier. The good news is that it has no counter effects. It produces a tremendous sense of well-being. We can deal with different situations, and even under stressful circumstances, we can deal better with those situations. Those are some of the consequences of practicing heart coherence. Another benefit is that we reduce the blood pressure and we cultivate that state of calmness and peace that it constant all the day, during all the day. By just performing 5 to 10 minutes per day, that's enough and has an impact on the rest of the day. So as you see, this is a tremendously useful tool to help us cultivate well-being. And it is so powerful that some clients who came to me, one of them was already facing anxiety attacks, and she was not able to leave her house. And she told me, Fernando, I cannot live like this anymore. So we started the training. And after only this first session, she went out with a smile and said, oh, it has been a while since I last smiled. At the end of this training, she stopped having those anxiety attacks and she reduced the amount of antidepressants she was taking. Another example is that another client of mine, already at the end of this training, she felt so wonderful that she started to cry because she was so excited and so grateful that she started to cry. And it was just a 10-minute exercise. It's really wonderful, really wonderful. And she was facing very stressful situations. But fortunately, she got into that state of peace very fast. And it allowed her to deal with many stressful situations in her work. So, as I said previously, anyone can be trained with this device. It has no counter effect. It's absolutely natural. It helps us how to breathe accordingly. That's all that it teaches. It's an external technology that awakens, activates our inner technology. Anyone can perform self-training or even train others because it's very simple and very easy to perform. And of course, after each session, the results are summarized in a technical report. And also the inclusion of ancient tools such as drumming, mantras, and light language helps to cultivate regenerative emotions faster and easier. Because when people feel absolutely in a safe space, it's so easy to cultivate love, compassion, gratitude, joy, or happiness. We're going beyond well-being. We're going to a new consciousness. How is that possible? Because thanks to the use of ancient tools and to the connection of our loving power, and because there is much more information sent from the heart to the brain than the other way around, when we breathe accordingly and we cultivate regenerative sensations, feelings, we send information to the brain that we are in safe space. And when that happens, and this is according to many tests that we performed, not only with myself, but also with many other people I've been working with, they got tremendously useful insights, results, solutions, or even they created workshops within 2 to 5 minutes. Some people even got solutions that they have been waiting for decades in only 5 minutes. And these are messages that are coming from their higher self. Because when we connect to our higher self, there is no room for error. It is what it is. And you know this very well if you have already connected to your higher self. And as I said previously, only 5 to 10 minutes per day, that's enough to start. Let me show you some results before getting into the practice. I will share with you the results that I got after training a person. I just performed a very, very short demo session for a person who has already performed a training with me. And we performed these 2 measurements just to share here with you. The first one is normal breathing pattern, which is a baseline. And the other one is breathing at the resonance frequency, which is more or less inhaling for 5 and exhaling for 7 seconds for this person. And at the same time, we added drumming, mantras, light language, and then I invited her to cultivate love and send love to a problem that needed a solution. And we performed this test for 10 minutes. As we see in the table here, a state of peace, which is encoded in the HRV score, it increases from 52 to 68. The state of peace really increases significantly. And there is another parameter very useful, which is called LF over HF, which is low frequency over high frequency content. This indicates the amount of the activation of the parasympathetic nervous system over the sympathetic nervous system. On our day-to-day life, we feel so stressed that our sympathetic nervous system is overactivated, which is in charge of the fight or flight response. And our parasympathetic nervous system, in charge of the rest and digest mode, it is underactivated. This training, this heart coherence training, aims to bring those 2 components of the autonomic nervous system into balance, so that the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system are in balance. They get into balance. And how can we measure the activation of the parasympathetic over the sympathetic nervous system? This is performed through this ratio, which is called low frequency over high frequency. As we see here in the table, it increases from 198% to 3,527%. And these measurements, these objective measurements, are absolutely aligned with the sensations of the subject, in which she said at the end that she felt so at peace that didn't want to finish this exercise. So these are the graphical results. As we see, when there is a normal breathing pattern, the heart rate does not follow any predefined pattern. Consequently, the state of peace is in the red region, which is the low region, low coherence region. And there is no peak pronounced here in the spectrum of the baseline. It is like not getting in tune with their inner radio, just talking very simply. What happens when this trainee got into heart coherence? She said, I don't want to leave this exercise. I don't want to finish this. I want to continue. Because she felt so at peace that you can see that the heart rate increases and decreases very significantly in a rhythmical way, in a soft way, and well-defined pattern. So the variation is high, the state of peace is high, as we see in the mid panel, and it's in the green region. I mean the region of high coherence. And consequently, there is a concentration, an energetic concentration in the low frequency region, which is this one. This is associated with the parasympathetic nervous system. The high frequency region is associated with the sympathetic nervous system. So when this person gets into heart coherence, it seems like her inner radio is being activated, and there's a very pronounced peak at 0.13 hertz. That is typical because we have to have a peak at more or less 0.1 hertz. And that is a frequency that is very, very, very well pronounced in the scientific literature about heart coherence. This person is already getting into heart coherence. But most of all, she's already performing ancient practices, and that's why she got into that profound state of peace so fast, and it was so enjoyable that she didn't want to finish. So to summarize, the HRV score increased when she got into state of peace. The ratio, low frequency over high frequency, already increased. And we show here that this heart coherence practice using ancient tools makes her feel like at home, make us feel at home. And you will now see that. You will now see this. So we can try this in a very simple way. First, you have been breathing more or less at the baseline, which is a normal breath. Now we're going to get into something close to the heart coherence. Something close to that. I don't say heart coherence because this is unique for everyone. You have to measure that. But we're going to get into a slow breathing pattern, and I will show you some very useful tools with ancient techniques that will allow you to feel at home in a safe space and feeling so wonderful. Just surrender to this process and let all the sensations come to the surface within you. Okay? Now we will get into the game that is shown already here, and then I will show you the screen. Just before getting into the practice, this is our ENSA biofeedback system. This is our device that gets all the information from an earlobe, and this information through an optical detector is sent to the device. It calculates the heart rate and other parameters and the state of peace contained there. And that information is sent to the computer and showed on screen in real time. I will show you the game. Let me show you how it works. Okay, this is the game. We adjust here the time for 20 minutes, and we adjust the breath pacer. We can decrease or increase the inhalation time, and similarly for the exhalation time. We just inhale for 5 seconds and exhale for 7 seconds. That's something that works very well for me. It may work for you, but feel free to adapt your breathing pattern so that you feel comfortable with it. Okay? Don't force your breathing pattern at this. Just use it as a guide, and then you adjust this breathing pattern at will. Now we are just going to start the game. And I will click here. Start the game. And we see that the average heart rate is this measurement, and the average state of peace is this second measurement. Then we have other measurements which are useful for the trainer. They are very well known in the literature. But now let's just focus on the state of peace, which is the HRV score, or heart rate variability score, for the state of peace. You can now use this breath pacer to inhale for 5 seconds exhale for 7 seconds. Continue to use it at your will, and I will play my drum in the meantime.
Shuna sana hara suna shana suna shina sana hara suna yo. Hara suna shina sana hara suna sina shina sana hunara sinara suna shina. Suni hananina sina shana hunara sina sana suna hara suna suna shina sana sana sana. Suni hananina sina shana suna hara sana sana huna sana sinara suna shina sana. Shana suna shina sana sana hara suna sina shina sana sana suna shina sanana huna shina suna sana huna sana suna shina sana suna shina sana sana shina sana 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 shina. Every breath you take, you feel your heart being filled with a loving sensation, with a wonderful loving sensation. Embrace this sensation. Embrace joy. Embrace happiness. Embrace gratitude. Embrace all the beautiful things that life has for you. And now, you can feel that all this wonderful sensation expands to your whole chest, to your abdomen, to your legs, to your arms, hands, wrists, to your throat chakra, and then to your head and your front chakra. And this loving sensation expands all around you, expanding your field, protecting all your body, all your physical body. And you feel that loving sensation filling all your body, that now you have an additional amount of love to send to any situation you want to solve or to a loved one. Or you can even send it to that place where you are. Then you can send it to your neighborhood, and then to your whole town, even to your country, and finally to all the planet. You deliver love to all these planets, creating a new world from your heart. Because when we act from our heart, everything is all right. You can place your hands on your chest, and even you can feel your heartbeats, and you can feel that wonderful sensation that helps you cultivate a happy life, a better life through heart coherence.
Feeling fantastic here. To get your feedback, to connect with you. You can find me on social media, Facebook, Instagram as PhD Fernando Coach, and on Instagram at ensa.biofeedback. There are many useful tools that we have available for you. Really love to connect with you and to start building a new consciousness for this era that really needs to feed from our hearts. Thank you. Thank you, deep from my heart, and many blessings here from the magical island in Brazil. Take care.
of the violent beast.
Our next guest, and my beautiful Aussie accent will probably mispronounce, but Lucely is a revered sacred space holder, a medicine woman and a keeper of ancient magic, devoted to creating powerful transformative rituals and ceremonies that help you to reconnect with your deepest self and the Mother Earth. Her life's mission is to guide others in remembering their true essence, fostering a profound connection between the spiritual realms and the physical realms. With a wealth of experience as a light cosmic activator, ordained minister, Kemetric practitioner, urban day shaman, and certified sound and ancestral root clearer, Lucely's approach to healing is deeply holistic. She specializes in healing mother and father wounds and cultivating self-love through practices that honor both the sacred feminine and masculine. Her work as a herbalist blends ancient wisdom with modern techniques, offering a unique and potent path to personal transformation. Coming from a lineage of mystics and earth connectors, Lucely bridges the gap between heaven and earth, guiding individuals to navigate their inner landscapes with compassion, love, and clarity. Her ceremonies not only honor the earth cycles but also activate forgotten aspects of your soul, reconnecting you with the ancestors and the divine forces that guide you. With her profound wisdom and heart-centered guidance, Lucely creates sacred spaces for healing, reflection, and empowerment, helping you awaken to the magic within and the boundless connections you share with the cosmos. Thank you, Lucely, for gracing us with your presence, and everybody, please enjoy the next presentation.
Okay, welcome everyone here to this amazing interview that I'm going to do to a dear friend, an extremely talented light worker. And first of all, I'm a PhD Fernando Coach, and I am your host here in this interview. And let me introduce you all to this amazing being. Her name is Lucely. How are you, Lucely?
Peace and love, everyone. I am great. I'm having deep gratitude in support of the summit and helping people have the tools that, we have been given this toolkit growing up, and now we are realizing that we aren't equipped with really the tools for ourselves emotionally, mentally, internally, and helping us really understand who we are within as well as out. So I'm grateful to be a part of this, grateful to you, Fernando, for the continuation of saying yes, supporting all the light workers, and as well as lifting you.
I'm very, 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 very grateful. I'm so honored by your presence here. And I'm very, very sure that most people are here watching this video say, oh, who is Lasagna? What does she do? What does she do? And how is she helping already other people? So for those who have these questions, could you please give it just a little bit of what you do for others?
Yes, my name is Leslie Light. I am an ancestral root um, clear, helping people clear the roots of their ancestors to help them remember that we chose this body, this human form, and our family from a star in the sky. And we're really here to learn from our roots and help any cycles that are moving in the body that have really nothing to do with us, but have to do with our bloodline, whether it's frustrations, trauma, pain, um, family, mother, father, realizing that these things have been happening for thousands of years. And we are now having the equipped tools to help us move through these things. And as well as I am a medicine woman, keeper of the mushroom magic, helping people reconnect back into the mycelium network, which is connected to all, that supports us all, and really just helping us know who we are within ourselves. We are so focused on the outside and what can we do, and people don't realize how much time we should spend with our eyes closed inside, getting to know who we are. And through the ancestral work, I help people go within themselves, connect to things that are happening to them now. And then we invite the ancestors to give us the story of where this happened. And then it's like one ancestor usually comes at a time. And then next thing you know, you're surrounded by so many, realizing that this has been happening for so long, and clear the roots of it and get lighter. And when you clear that ancestor, you clear the bloodline all the way coming back up to you now, to where you're more empowered. You now have ancestors working in the light, in love, and not so frustrated, because people don't realize a lot of our ancestors died in fear, trauma, pain, killed, all these things. And that's why a lot of fear of us standing up for ourselves, are embodying who we are, having a different mind than other people do, knowing, like, having these sensitive things where you feel so much, but in the brain, people don't realize that they're giving away their power by saying, this person keeps taking my energy, or this person is putting a lot, instead of like learning how to keep yourself balanced. There's always going to be duality. There's always going to be the good and the bad. And so we are learning how to get back to balance quicker. And as you progress on your journey, you will see that you will fall, come right back up within an hour instead of months.
Or years?
Yes, years
Or
stuck in a
years.
pattern and not having any idea. And this is what I utilize the mycelium network, because the mycelium network gives people many paths that they can take. It shows them ways that they didn't even think was available for them. And so it gives you these new paths. And after the first ceremony that I host with someone, they have like 45 days of integration to release what's no longer serving, recreate a new path in the body, and allowing yourself to have a calmer nervous system, to be in the midst of chaos and to be able to observe, but not be so intertwined in it. And that's where the growth is. Like, we're here to clear this earth of all these crazy energies just by being ourselves. And that's what, the work is like, we're not here to change no one but ourselves, and to embody the love and the light. And when I say light, it's a lighter body, less trauma, less pain, being able to move from a place of peace and kindness and love.
Mhm. That is so beautiful and so wonderful. And for so many people, it sounds like something romantic, because so many are embodying that belief of no pain or gain. What do you say about this?
Say that again. I didn't totally understand the question.
So many people, they are identified with that belief of no pain, no gain. What do
Mm.
you say about this?
I grew up that way. My father was in the army, so it was always no pain, no gain. You can't get far unless you go through all these things. You know what I mean? And we just have to realize that um our family is only operating from a place of what they know. They haven't chose to be different. They haven't chose to change. So the things that we're going through are going to be really strange to them. They're going to tell us we're going the wrong way. They're we're probably going to not talk to our family for a little while, but it's only for a little while, because you got to figure out who are you for you, not who are you for them. And it takes some time with being alone, and not playing a role in your family's life and putting yourself first. I promise your family will come back around. I'm 8 years in. My mom was always there, but it took my dad about 5 years to come around to me being who I am. However, I still sent him healing bracelets. I still sent them tea. I sent them everything that I created in the time that I was not with him. And now they all call me when someone's sick, anything's happening in their life. It's just patience and like really believing in who you are. A lot of people ask me, like, how do I know what I'm talking to? And it's like, I know who I am. I know what my body feels like. I know all my spirit team. I see them, and I can see when I'm in somebody else's field. I can feel everything in my body of everything that's going inside of them too. So it's like, we have gone through that no pain, no gain for thousands of years. We've had to work hard. We had to go to school, and you can't be anything unless you go to school. No, it's all false. It's really like, learn what you love. And usually it's like the 5 things in that you've always did as a child. So like for me, even though I went through all this pain in my life, I have been in service since the day I was born. I have been bringing love. I have been expressive. And for most people, I was a lot. They always told me they would send me to my room or this, that, and the other. But I wasn't. What really was happening was, when I was going to my room, I was working with light beings and stuff like that. However, by the time I was 8, I was put on medication. From 8 to 30, I was on medicine, and that kept me in the low vibrations. I kept hearing to kill myself, like all these different entities attacking me. And we really have to choose to see love, because what I realized in all those times, anytime I was going through something, I was always going outside on the earth and just giving it to her, not even knowing I was giving it to her. But I would go outside for a walk, lay on the earth, cry my eyes out, and then I would be fine. So it's like, we have always had these tools that have supported us, but we were so focused on the problem, on the pain, on the person, that we couldn't even see what was really happening in the highest divine order, because people were being removed. Half these people that were rude to us, they were already rude, and we didn't listen to ourselves. So it's really learning how to listen to what is right for me, Ask yourself your own opinions. Like, what do I think about this? And, my biggest mission here is to develop leaders that follow themselves. We don't need to follow anybody else. All these people are definitely all different frequencies, but it's learning how to hold your vision and your core values and allow a frequency match to meet you where you are.
That's so profound, and I really appreciate your vulnerability in sharing your story because you finally got out of this. But there are so many other people who didn't get out of this and are still going through that no pain, no gain, right? I read about a famous author in Argentina. Her name is Laura Goodman, and she talks about a, a child-centered society because we used to categorize and tell our children, okay, you have to behave like this, you have to do like this, and you have to go to school, and you have to get a degree and get a job, and then all the other things. And if they don't fit into that pattern that we impose on them, we take them to the doctors, to another doctor, to another doctor, until we find we have some diagnosis that says, oh, he has TDAH, or he has some autism or whatever. So what do you say about this, and how can we educate ourselves in order to be able to deal with them?
For me, like, because I wasn't put on 5 different medicines, and a lot of it was anger, depression, um, I just did not have the right tools. I know my mom did what she felt was right and took me to the doctor. And in reality, she should have just let me be with the light beings and let me be who I am. But through all of this, I realized that my anger, I was just reflecting the environment around me. So my anger, um, my father has a lot of built anger inside of him. He's very loving. He's will always be there for you, but that's where a lot of my pain came from, and it's not really has to do with him. It just has to do with the bloodline from my father's side. Um, just, very money focused, holding grudges when they're mad instead of like having uncomfortable conversations. These things, I didn't realize until I did shadow work and realized, the times that I needed a hug, all the times that I tried to kill myself, I was really just feeling my family and showing them the things that they wanted to do. So like being empathic and feeling so hard is really like learning how to become connected to yourself and asking questions. Is this mine that I'm feeling right now? Because I was just fine 10 minutes ago. I spent 30 years of my life thinking I was crazy because I couldn't figure out why I was hearing all these things in my head when it had nothing to do with me. And it had to do with all the people. I would get off work and I would call all my friends, how are you? All of them were going through something. So I was always being there for them. And then I would go home and I would process it all. And it would be days where I couldn't move. I couldn't feel. And like for me, like I just had that moment where enough was enough. And I went on a vacation to overseas, and I went to the Netherlands, Amsterdam, and Paris. So I was around flowers and I lived in the moment. So I tell these people, go live. Go do what makes you happy. If people don't feel good, stop going around them. New people will come in, because when you release a version of you that accepted this type of behavior, it literally is like Aladdin, like disappears. Then a new person will come in. But you have to understand that in this process of becoming conscious and embodying your love inside of you, you have to learn to choose you. You have to learn to choose what is right for you, what feels good to you. You give yourself permission to have that life, but you're going to constantly shift worlds. or realms, because you're growing, you're releasing this pain through every person you meet. They're a version of you. You can either hold on to this lower version or allow yourself to rise into this higher version. We have choices. We don't have to stay in. And times where we feel lonely and stuff like that, just close your eyes and be with you and be like, what can I do for you? What do you need from me? Learn how to ask yourself questions, because these things are always going to be here. And the more you know what you feel like, you'll know when you step into these other places that this isn't you, it's not right for you, your body. And then you got to learn to ask your body, like, what within me is being triggered by this? What is pulling me from my love? What is pulling me from my peace within? Why am I allowing this? People got to learn how to ask for space when they're triggered, saying, hey, right now, in this moment, I don't have space for this conversation because I might be mean and I don't want to be. You have the right and choice to say no during a conversation if you're not feeling this love present. I refuse to have conversations where I don't feel love present. Yeah, I'm like, you know what? This is not, I can't have this right now, but let me go think about my thoughts so I can respond instead of react from a place of the past. And that's how we grow out of that pain, by choosing a different way to respond.
That's so beautiful and so powerful at the same time. And is there any story that comes to you of someone who was already having uh, this kind of inner talk, and they were facing unwanted situations because they wanted to be accepted by the environment, but they came to you, and after that they got a shift?
Yeah, it has so the biggest thing is like finding where it generated, like in your body, like acceptance. We start with, how am I feeling right now? Do I feel accepted? Then it's like, okay, when did this start in my life that I felt like I needed acceptance? It's really learning how to ask yourself the proper questions. As soon as you find that one, you have to go to that version of you as you right now, the one that's empowered and present in the highest version, and go back and support that version and give them. And you'll realize that it's always been you going back and supporting you and traveling through time. Because if we can go back through the past and relive and hear all these things, know that you can go to the future. But the things that people don't realize is that when you get through this life of pain and trauma and just the heaviness, the the muck, the dark, I call it the because it just feels tarry and sticky. And once you get through all of that, and it's like, then you invite the ancestors. It always comes back to the ancestors. Being who we are, we were not accepted. Nobody, people were killing us for thousands of years for being this person. So then it reflects to all the lives that you have died for being who you are. Like, it's so deep in our DNA and our soul. And how long? Like, I only remember 166,000 years, but I've been on Earth for billions of years. And it's always been something different that I've come here to learn. And majority of the time when I go back to my past lives, I'm always on a hill with, like, working with animals and plants and creating antidotes for people and learning how to take care of themselves. We have I have plants all around me at all times, and learning how to utilize those resources, because a lot of things are free. But people are looking outside of themselves for something, for help, when really everything we need is right here within ourselves. Even when it comes down to money, people are like, I have to do this for this, I have to do that for that. No, you need to go within yourself and make space for what you're asking for, and see the value in who you are, and be confident that you deserve everything that you want. And it organically just shows up. But most people are getting in the way of source, the higher power, by pushing things through, thinking I have to do this, and this. You just got to take one step at a time and enjoy the ride, and that's the biggest thing, is like knowing what is good for you, what is not. Listening when your body says, I don't want to do this, and be like, all right, why? Is there something that is within us that's, did this happen before? Or, because a lot of things, like when I became conscious 8 years ago, I started doing things I didn't want to do because I was like, I didn't do a lot of things because my mom said, don't do that because of this. So I didn't do a lot of things. And now I'm at a point, I'm going to do what I want. And if my body says yes, I'm just going to do it. And it always ends amazing and powerful and magical. And I meet the most beautiful people, but you have to allow these experiences for you. You have to know that it exists out there, and it's up to you to let yourself come into a higher frequency of receiving. Half the people don't even know that they believe in the angels, they believe in all these things, but they've never seen it. And it's just like dragons. Let's utilize the dragons, or anything that has been extinct. They're not really dead. They just went to a higher frequency because of the low vibrations of earth, of killing, of pain, of all these different things. So they allowed themselves to vibe up. And so you can do the same thing. And as you rise in consciousness, and it doesn't mean you have to eat just vegan food, plant-based, you can eat whatever you want consciously, organic. Know that you deserve organic food, that you deserve to spend a little bit more extra, an extra $2 on something that's going to bring vibrance to your life. You have to know that you're worthy of doing this. If you're going to eat chicken, make sure it's vegetarian fed, no hormones. They run freely. Like, be conscious with your choices that you make. It's just like going to different places in the earth. If the place that I'm going to is against gays, arrest people for things, I'm not going to go there because I'm not going to raise that frequency, but I'm going to send love there. I'm here to bring love into places and raise it up in any place that I go. But I am very thoughtful on anything and everything that I do, so that it's continuous of raising the frequencies of not just myself, of the earth, but I am the earth. So knowing that me taking care of me is taking care of the earth.
That's beautiful. And I already see many people out there wanting to connect with they talk about 5D and wanting to connect with high dimensional realms, but they don't do the basics, which is healing. What's your suggestion in this case?
Well, my biggest thing is, like, so many people want to go to the 5D and don't realize that they're here for the human experience. We're here to gain the wisdom and the knowledge of the 5D and bring it to the 3D, because we are here to help consciousness all collectively. And being all over the earth, this is how we come together. Like, you're in Brazil, I'm in St. Petersburg, Florida. We're creating a crystalline grid of high love that's going to only raise the frequencies. And the biggest thing that I've learned in all of this is you have to, oh, Spirit just reminded me, we all have a heart song. And it doesn't have to be words. It can be just like, because when you sing your heart song, it like moves the distractions, it releases the chords, it like lets go. And like, my heart song is hold on. And so, like, it's just sounds and it's a frequency, and you feel that vibrance in it that comes out of it. Like, sing more and don't care what it sounds like, and allow yourself to be like, wow, that was good. Oh my God, I can sing. I didn't know that I could sing until I was 35 and I'm 38. Play with your crystal bowls, go outside, connect with yourself. And it's allowing yourself to just continue that work and know that you're making the difference. Because if you feel good, know that everyone around you is going to continue to feel good too. And just even like what I'm seeing a lot in this present eclipse is that there's a lot of illusions. And so I'm bringing this back to hold your vision. and believe in it. We can get caught in so many other people's missions. But if this mission is not in the highest frequency, play your role and stay focused still on your mission and vision, because no one's going to hold it as high as you do. So if you keep putting it to the side and supporting all these people, it's going to take you a long time to get up that ladder. You have to learn to take yourself up. Then spirit will bring the people that are ready to come. We don't have to, oh my God, if you love yourself, you can change. No, if you love yourself, you will change the world.
Yes, that's really important. And I know that some people watching this video are thinking about, oh yes, it sounds like interesting or wonderful or romantic, but it's becoming really important to heal and to do our to awaken our consciousness. What's your message for those people?
Everybody has different perceptions. Don't try to change others. Love people where they are. Honor people's missions on earth. We have so many beautiful people around us. Utilize your relationships to grow, to love more, to let yourself be touched, and with love and deep intimacy of just connection. Let yourself know what love feels like to you. Spend time giving yourself the light touches and be gentle with yourself. Know that your mission here on earth is very important, and we're all different, but the same at the same time, because we're all got God within us, but we're meant to connect and rise. Some missions are quicker than the other. Learn how to close missions so your next one can come, and just continue to remember who you are, the divine light of love that's connected to everything here on earth.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so heartfelt. I appreciate that very much, Liza. And just to close here, would you like to show a little bit of of your light language songs or balls if you
Yeah,
have,
I
if
would
you
love
want
to. I'll sing for a second. Let me just Unhaya niya ni waya waya unayaki waya wanaya untia tetiti untia kushiaka lolokia potosa una manintiti to shokuto umtukutu sakatatoto untialaya kaya shikitoto umpuku tutupu unt antikiti titi kosha antika antola yashiki antopuku unta. Thank you for receiving. That was a huge heart opener, and really just helping everyone connect into their divine light and rooting down into the earth. Remember, we're meant to be connected to the heavens and the earth and being that bridge.
So beautiful. It feels so wonderful. And I can't thank you more about this. And I hope all the people who are watching this video are really enjoying this. So where can those people find you on social media? Please feel free to share.
They can find me by Les Ali Light. On and if you can't find Les Ali, look up Light and you'll see Les Ali. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, as well as my website is soulhealingsolutions.org. So find me there.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much from my heart, Liza Lee. And let's keep in touch for the next events.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Pieces together.
Peace.
Please let's introduce our next guest, Dana. She has spent her life embracing both the extraordinary and the everyday. A wife of 33 years and a mother of 2 grown sons, Dana was raised in Fridley? That's probably mispronounced, but anyway, where her journey into the supernatural began at an early age. As an infant, the Greys, the otherworldly visitors, began visiting her in the crib, and soon the entire supernatural and paranormal realms opened up to her. After years of quietly navigating these encounters, Dana is now boldly coming out of the cosmic closet with her memoir, This Is Gonna Sound Weird, a candid and captivating exploration of her otherworldly experiences. The book is now available on Amazon and at Barnes & Noble. Dana's life has been anything but ordinary. From being a finalist in the Norwegian reality show ALT for Norge, to owning a food truck and mastering the art of Reiki through the field of therapy. Her roles have spanned both the spiritual and the adventurous. She has also served as a death doula, guiding individuals through their final transition, and as the moon dancer, celebrated sacred feminine rituals. Her unique background in healing and the paranormal has inspired many to seek their own path to deeper spiritual understanding. As she steps into the public eye, Dana shares not only her wisdom but also her humour, humility and passion for exploring the unknown. With her memoir and life's work, she invites us all to embrace the strange and the sacred in our own lives. Welcome, Dana, and please enjoy the next presentation.
Hello and welcome to, this is going to sound weird. This is going to sound weird. Hello. This is my book. This is going to sound weird. And I'm the author. Thank you for joining me. Today I've been actually asked to talk about religion, and I have a very controversial spin on it. Coming from my background, I guess, that's, we all have our own filters on everything. We each see the world differently. Everybody sees a tree differently, describes it differently. And that is also the fact about religion. So thank you for joining me again, and buckle up. All right. I hope I won't get too controversial or too deep. Number one, if you don't know who and how I am, I'm Dana Louise, and I am a abductee and experiencer. Abductee in that I had different species of alien entities come and visit me, and the supernatural has showed up on my doorstep as well. And in fact, speaking about religion, I do believe that I was dragged up to heaven one night for a holy parade. And you can read all about that in my book. This is going to sound weird. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so I was still in the crib when the gray aliens started to visit me. Couldn't even stand up. I was in my diapers, just a baby, when they first arrived. And this happened probably until I was about the age of 10. And I'm not going to get into the rest of those stories. This is not the time or place, and I'm going to stay focused on what the subject matter is. So here I am experiencing these aliens, and they are not normal in the normal world, right? And as an infant, I understood that. Because first of all, the aliens are coming at night, in the middle of the night, and you don't see them walking around during the day, so it was very peculiar. But I felt that going to church might have been a good place to get some answers, some holy answers, some accepted answers, because church seemed to be like very mystical as well. When you enter it, the icons or whatever, it's usually a very beautiful place. Not necessarily, but there's some reverence there. And I was like hoping I would get some answers from some adults. I was brought up Christian. I was brought up a Lutheran, and we would say the Nicene Creed at the beginning of the service. And the beginning of the Nicene Creed says, I believe in all things visible and invisible. And that's the first statement everybody in the church would make. However, I knew in my heart that nobody there Nobody was really believing in the visible and invisible. I mean, literally, if you put something in front of them, they won't believe it. And if it was invisible, like a miracle, they wouldn't believe it still. You know, I don't know why there was like this separation, like all these miracles and everything, that's over there. Like it's almost story time, like it's fake, it's pretend. So it seemed to me like there was a lot of gaslighting going on. And I'm not sure if you understand what gaslighting is. For, you know, some of you might not know. There was a famous movie long time ago, I don't know if it was in the 20s or 30s, about a man who had a wife and he was gaslighting her. He was turning down the gas lamps because it was before electricity. He was turning the lamps down in their house and telling her, you know, lying to her and saying, no, it was always that way. You know, so that's how the statement gaslit. So it's a lie. When you kind of know the person who's getting gaslit, such as his wife, kind of knows like, no, I know this was the truth. I know this is what I experienced. Okay. So I'm having these alien visitations. I'm going to church. I'm asking them, do you stand firm on your faith and your belief? Do you believe in all things visible and invisible? And in a way, for me, that was my way of finding out if I could talk to somebody, right? And I'm like, what about ghosts? And no one would believe in ghosts. And I'm kind of like, wait, isn't there a Holy Ghost? I mean, what's wrong with this picture? You know? And, you know, now as an adult, I can just see how the people of the Christian faith and other faiths as well have lost their divinity. The congregation has lost their divinity. The individual has lost their connection, their divine connection to source. I myself now call myself a sorceress, but I say that in the terms of source energy, SOURCE, source creator, divine source. I go back to what would be the beginning of the beginning, or try to imagine that, and anything outside of that coming towards us humans through history or whatever, or experience, to me is up for discussion. So, you know, I grew up Lutheran, I became Greek Orthodox, and then through my studies of Orthodoxy, I decided I was a sorceress because I just was seeing all the disconnects and things that seemed like more gaslighting. So I was like, okay, I'm out of here. But I still went through the chrismation because I still believe in the Christed energy, that the crystalline power of the Christed energy. And if you believe in the story of Jesus, you know, that could be entangled with that. All right. Because Jesus had divine source, divine creator, connection, Son of God. He said we are the children of God as well. So we are brothers and sisters then. Jesus also said, as I can do, you can do also. But I will tell you that if I had a girlfriend down the street who's a Lutheran, and I said, hey, you know that prayer you did for so-and-so, that really healed them. Because I tell you, if you told somebody that their prayer actually did something and maybe healed someone, they would say, that's impossible. They would laugh at you. They would call you crazy. And again, I'm upset because where is their disconnect to their faith and their powers? You know, they pray, but it's almost as if it's just like something you do, like put eggs on the chalkboard next to the fridge. Like, we need some eggs. Like, it doesn't really mean anything. You know, it's just something you do. I don't know how to, whatever. But it seems to me that no one really believes that their prayers, thought, word, and deed, you know, I'm thinking of you, my prayers are going out into the universe, and that the deed could happen to actually heal someone. But this is what, if you believe in the story of Jesus, that's what he said. You can believe in Jesus or not, but the story is a pretty good one, right? Because he's teaching us how to work with energy as he went through his life. He's teaching us how to work with energy, and he was telling us to come with him and follow him in this ideology of that we are the children of God. We are creators. And this is the difference between us and other entities, us and AI, us and, yeah, some evil beings that don't have the divine spark, that are disconnected from them. You could call them aliens. Some people might call them a demon. And I'm not quite sure about, the separations of all of that. Some people say aliens are demons. I don't know. That's up to you. And I want to say, grow your faith, have your faith in your heart, all these things. And if you're a healer, understand, what you're working with, the powers and energies, all of these things. Take it into your heart and be proud of it. But please don't look at your neighbor or someone else and think that you're less than or that you're more than. We're all just different. Like I said earlier, like going back and describing a tree. And I'm sorry, we could all make a pan of brownies, but all the brownies are going to taste different, look different. Everything about them will be just slightly different. And it's up to to somebody else who's coming to eat the brownies to decide which one that they like. So it's really a smorgasbord, all of this. For me, I think the Christian faith has got a lot of aliens in it, Ezekiel's wheel, all kinds of stuff. And if you come to find out that even Constantine, who was supposedly the bringer of the Christian faith, he thought he saw a holy cross in the sky when he was going through a battle, through a war. Now, was it a holy cross in the sky? Or could it have been lights from an ET? Or could it have just been some kind of star for that particular moment? I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't tell you. But so when you're a healer, please don't look at other people and criticize or judge their talents. You wouldn't want to be criticized or judged for your talents. But please understand that healing is very real. That is what the Christian faith is based on, is people should become healers and follow the the pilgrimage of Christ. And a lot of people don't. And in the back of my book, I wasn't going to put any energy exercises, but then Spirit or God, however you want to term it, told me that, this is the one chance that I have, or at the time I felt like this is the one chance to get my voice out there. And if I'm going to try to help someone such as a Christian who doesn't really believe that their prayer does anything or helps anyone, that these energy exercises might be able to open up their eyes, maybe blow their mind a little bit of working with energy. They're very simple exercises, but they can be very, very powerful. And so I would suggest you can go, because I did a lot of seminars, paid a lot of money. Some stuff was free, but I put it in my book, free of charge, because I want to help people learn about their divinity and connect with their divinity. And I hope that you can do that too. And like I said, don't be judging others, but just always be aware that and open-minded to what you hold to be your truth today. As you learn, as you become more and more mystical, your attitudes and your thoughts and your belief systems might change, and that's okay. And if you just lean into them a little bit more and get excited about that, it can take you on a beautiful journey. And I believe that this is what monks in a monastery would do. They would be praying and discussing what they learned. They would have visions, they would have dreams, and they were also exposed to ancient books and texts that aren't open to the public or for general knowledge, because I believe that most of these churches feel that the general public is not able or willing or ready to understand these hidden philosophies. But I think that's incorrect. I think we should all be privy to this information. So there is mystical information out there. If you dig around these days, you can learn a lot of it. It'll blow your mind. But every time you kind of level up yourself, you might stay at that level for a little while and have a hard time with it. You might learn something that goes against the grain of what you believe, but you might know in your heart that it's true. I mean, this is, climbing the ladder, and you might have a dark night of the soul, and that's okay. Everybody does. They write about it in the Bible. I've gone through many dark nights of the soul all the time. I mean, because as you learn and you are exposed to new ideas and philosophies, it gets difficult. It can be hard, but go easy on yourself and gentle and take the time. And you can also be in a place of non-decision making. That is also making a decision like, I don't know what to think about that right now. That is a decision. You don't have to say yes. You don't have to say no. You don't have to say this is good. You don't have to say this is bad. You can say, I just don't know right now. And that's okay. And that's a good position to stay in. Don't stay in it all the time, but you'll be surprised at the levels that you'll go to. And you'll look back like even over a year and go, wow, I grew. So anyway, that was just a little brief discussion. I didn't get too deep, but I hope that helps. And that's why also in the Bible, they speak about more than one person praying, like a circle of people praying for someone. And that's a good thing to do. And many churches are doing that, having prayer circles. That's a very powerful thing indeed. But just understand, if you're new to all of this, prayer does work. I also would like to say that in quantum physics, they talk about the observer theory. And I don't know if you know what that is. That's where they have a theory now that atoms, I'll just say atoms, or, infinitesimal little pieces of whatever, quarks, who knows, that they act differently when they're being observed. When they're being observed, like by a scientist, when a human is observing them, they act differently, quantumly. And that's in quantum physics, it's the observer theory. And which says to me that just shows that this world, which is made up of atoms, and there's all this space in between, there's a consciousness in there. There's a consciousness and understanding. And for me, that says that that's part of the divine source and God, that it is conscious, that everything we see around us has some conscious level inside of it. And I think that's what a lot of cultures, such as the Native Americans, they knew that. They knew that. It's just it's just today's cultures that have been taken away from that power. And that's the thing too, as a person of faith, you have your own divine connection to source energy, to God, to the heavenly realms. And the more you connect with that, the more your life will expand and be more beautiful. So anyway, I just want to thank you for being with me, and have a good one. And please practice your practice, and nobody's perfect, and go with the flow and have a good time with it. Be creative, create creator, and stay a whole holy human. How's all that for a bunch of slogans? Okay. Anyway, and buy my book. Yeah, here. It's you can find it on Amazon or Barnes and Noble, online. So anyway, I appreciate it, and thank you very much, and talk soon. Bye-bye.
of the violent beast.
next beautiful speaker, Carolina, is a multifaceted individual who wears many hats in her professional life. As a dynamic life and breath coach, she goes beyond conventional coaching methods, delving deep into the core of her clients' being to ignite their inner fire and drive for success. Her motivational speaking engagements are not just about words. They are powerful catalysts for transformation, encouraging both women and men to break free from limitations and embrace their true potential. As a podcaster and storyteller, Carolina weaves narratives that resonate with her audience on a profound level, touching hearts and inspiring minds. Her stories are not just tales about powerful tools for personal growth and self-discovery. Carolina's mission is clear: to empower individuals to live fearlessly and authentically. Through her transformative programs, she guides people on a journey to self-discovery, helping them awaken their senses and rewire their minds for unstoppable growth. With a background in film and media, Carolina brings a unique perspective to her work. A seasoned producer, she knows how to turn dreams into reality, blending creativity and empowerment seamlessly. Her visionary leadership style creates immersive experiences that push boundaries and inspire bold action, leaving a lasting impact on all who encounter her work. So make her feel welcome, please, everyone. Thank you, Carolina, for this beautiful presentation.
All right. Hello, everybody. So let's have an honest conversation. Standing where you are today, do you truly feel content with the way your life is unfolding? Or is there a nagging sense that something is holding you back from living to your true potential, as they say? Maybe you believe you don't have the resource, the strength, or the courage to take that next step towards your dreams. Or maybe deep down, you simply feel unworthy of or unable to experience happiness at all. So I'm here to change that belief and guide you towards becoming the hero of your own life's journey. My name is Carolina. I'm a hypnotherapist, a breathwork facilitator, and the founder of Carried by the Breeze Crafted Adventures. We specialize in creating unique travel experiences for those wishing to explore the sacred land of Peru. So my journey has been diverse. I spent over a decade as an executive producer, and in my early 20s, I began my personal coaching. So usually described as a revolutionist, I'm here to elevate, empower, and inspire. My absolute mission is to help individuals unplug from the matrix and step into full expression and sovereignty of both body and mind. So in my previous life, before becoming a holistic guide for others, I was thriving in my film industry career. But I got to admit that silently I was battling severe anxiety and depression. And, knowing these wounds were rooted in my upbringing with an abusive parent didn't help much. Despite my professional success, my personal life was unraveling at the seams. My relationships were hanging by a thread. I was consumed with constant worry about the future. I was trapped in a cycle of suffering. I was angry at the world. I was stuck in a victim's mindset and literally unable to set any healthy boundaries. I found myself caught in the exhausting loop of people pleasing, emotionally and physically drained, running on fumes. I felt trapped. I felt like the walls were closing in on me, yet I was too scared to step outside of the comfort zone of that familiar misery. And as the time went on, quite naturally, my mental and physical health deteriorated. I fell into deep depression. My hormones became imbalanced and my body started to shut down. I felt like, despite being so young, I was slowly dying. My periods became unbearably painful, and it all came to the doctors telling me I either go under the knife or start taking hormones again, which was unacceptable for me. In that precise moment, I made a powerful decision. I would put everything I had into healing myself, not just physically, but holistically, body, mind, and spirit. So I embarked on a profound journey of self-discovery. I healed deep core wounds through intense transformative work. I undergone shamanic hypnotherapy. I played with holotropic breath work. I've explored the wisdom of mushrooms and master plants. I've undergone sacred medicine journeys in Peru, all in search of the simplest truth of our existence. What is it I discovered is this, and it's pretty trivial. We possess endless potential. We're mighty creators. We're capable of transforming our bodies, our minds, our circumstances, and skills through the power of will and determination. Magical forces work both for us and within us. We're alchemists. We're builders of our reality because every delicate process in our body is designed to heal us, to protect us, to teach us and guide us towards growth, completion, peace, towards bliss. Yet, so many of us are caught up in an anxious anticipation of the world's end. At least I was. I was glued to the news, especially working as a producer of primetime TV. I was consumed by fear. I was asking myself, what will we leave for the children? Without even giving myself the chance to thrive in this life, to think about my own experience and journey. And, I figured the world keeps moving. And the last thing I would want is to remain stagnant, decaying, and dread. I refuse to reach my deathbed haunted by the ghosts of all the things I wished I had done, but was too afraid to attempt. I wouldn't want to be there on my bed, mumbling all the reasons I never showed up for myself, how I spent my life pleasing others, how I was stuck in old patterns, never listening or learning or developing and evolving. Instead, I want to lie in peace, enveloped by the warm memories of a colorful life. Here's where I was in love. Here's where my heart was broken. Here where I lost somebody I loved. And here's where everything changed again. Here's where I felt like life couldn't get any better. That's the full tapestry. And I want to be the champion who lived it all with open arms and an open heart, with complete trust that the universe has my best in favor. So before you dive into mushrooms and countless therapy sessions, here's how you can access huge quantum leaps, as they call them, from the comfort of your own home. If you're ready to live a legendary life, fearless and free, you have to start with a regulated nervous system. When your nervous system is regulated, you unlock a new level of adaptability, creativity, and resilience. With a balanced system, you're no longer stuck in a reaction mode. Instead, you gain the courage to face challenges heads on. You get this zaza zoom about you. This courage is the one that gives you the strength to break through the barriers created by your environment and the circumstances of life. There's no time anymore to waste on being a victim. More importantly, a regulated nervous system opens the doors to creative problem solving and strategic thinking. You tap into your inner wisdom and intuition, allowing you to approach obstacles with clarity and foresight from a hero set of mind. You become adaptable. You became fluid in your thinking. You're able to see solutions that were previously hidden from you in the clutter of everyday life. It's from this state that you can navigate all of life's challenges with resourcefulness and confidence, grounded in your ability to find the best path forward. This is completely life changing. This is what allowed me to take on major projects, to carry out so many things, so many amazing things in my life and my production career. This is how I was able to move across multiple countries, packing my abundant life into a suitcase. And this is what allowed me to fearlessly follow my dreams to the ends of the earth. I lived life fully, making meaningful connections, building communities, helping others to heal, to integrate change, to bring visions to life. And this is it. This is like the very basic key of it. So, as you all know, the nervous system has two main parts. The sympathetic part that is responsible for our fight and flight responses. This is the part that prepares the body for stress and action. And the parasympathetic is the rest and digest part of the nervous system that calms the body and restores balance. So neither part is good or bad. The key is learning to control which one is activated at any given moment of your life. This is when you gain control, when you're able to go through the ever-changing scenery of life, still being balanced and focused and in your good mode, good zen, you know? So right now, let's check which part of your nervous system is more active. There's this test, a nostril test. You can either close each one of them or just breathe on each breathe on your finger with both of them and figure out which one of them is more active. You know, if your right nostril is clearer, your sympathetic system is the dominant one, is the one that's active right now. If the left is clear, your parasympathetic system is more active. So there's one very basic, very simple way to regulate your nervous system, and I'm sure you already heard about it. The key is breath work. We're not going to go into details. You're welcome to take a screenshot of, of what I'm showing here in my presentation, or contact me for more personal training. But being able to switch between the two parts of your nervous system through breath work gives you an immediate superpower. And you know what? I'm going to take a short moment to explain about morning fire breath work and balancing breath work. These are two that I want you to take out of this presentation. Morning fire breath work is meant to activate your sympathetic side of your nervous system. It's made to let you take action, be active, get out of bed, go follow those dreams. Balancing breath work is meant to calm you down, to activate deeper brain waves, to reconnect with your higher inner self, your inner wisdom, to meditate, to really gain balance and calm in your life. It's the state of dreaming, of clarity. It's just amazing to know how to navigate these. So um, again, take the screenshot of both of these so you know how to use it. It's so simple. Just be careful not to do fire breath work in the shower or right before driving, because that can get you a little dizzy. Um, but just so you know, being able to utilize breath work to switch between the two parts of your nervous system gives you an immediate superpower. You can get ready for that exam or speech with confidence and calm. You can develop physical resilience. You can gain the courage to travel, open that business, break up with that shitty boyfriend, make moves, grow, explore experiences. And breath work isn't something new. It's been around for thousands of years, utilized by shamans and healers and high priests and fighters before a battle. They used to access this deep state of mind, the higher self, through breath work. So really go out there, explore about it. There's a wonderful book by James Nestor about breath. It completely blew my mind when I was reading about the mechanisms, the amazing mechanisms inside our own body that help us access deep, deep, profound healing. So really, if there's something you're taking out of this presentation today, is please go explore breath work more or contact me for one-on-one training. um, and now you've learned how to regulate your nervous system through the beautiful power of breath. It's time to go into self-awareness. It's time to face that scary truth, to look at yourself and your life with honesty and compassion. Acknowledge where and who you truly are. Are you genuinely happy, or are you haunted by the ghost of regret? Are you doing everything in your power to change your situation, or are you living a life of quiet desperation? Are you stuck in that victim's mindset, waiting for a miracle or savior to pull you from your suffering? I used to pride myself on the ability of bottling my emotions up until they came up of forms of depression and illness and destroyed almost all of my friendships. Without looking at what was causing my suffering, I could have never changed my life and healed myself the way I did. So, of course, self-awareness requires courage, but it's the most rewarding act you can do for yourself. It uncovers part of yourself where you may not even believe existed. The grace and the bliss that great philosophers and poets speak of lies within that sacred space of self-discovery. Just imagine sitting by the fire on a cold, snowy night, long before your current problems ever existed. You meet your younger self, all trembling and scared, and you invite them to sit beside you. You both look at the flames, and he asks you eagerly about the life he has yet to live. And with so much tenderness and peace, you reveal your story, the heights and the lows, the heartbreaks and the victories. You explain why they had to endure certain struggles, and you give them a glimpse of the good things yet to come. You reassure them that every challenge was a step towards becoming the person they were always meant to be. So, self-awareness is actually a magical space to be in. Yes, it can be terrifying to confront the ugly truth, the moments when we betray ourselves, we compromise our values, we ignore our inner voice, the times when we put everything else first, feeling unworthy of anything better, or when we turn a blind eye to what was slowly poisoning us, like that shitty boyfriend. But on the other side of that fear is endless opportunity. And when you embrace self-awareness, you take back the control. And this is what it is about. Taking back the control over our mechanisms, our inner mechanisms, to become the architects of our destiny, to develop confidence, to set tangible goals and start crafting a future that aligns with our deepest desires. Life transforms from something you endure to something you savor in that moment. You begin to experience each day with openness, with acceptance, with purpose. Creativity flourishes, allowing you to make real moves, to live fully, to laugh deeply, to love unconditionally. You don't just survive, you thrive. You taste life, you touch it, you breathe it in, and most importantly, you start living. And here's a simple trick to help you distinguish between your true self and the conditioned programming. The 4 seconds rule. When you're asked a question or you're faced with a decision, the first thought that comes into your mind is the truth. But after 4 seconds, your programming, your limiting beliefs, that starts to take over. So, these patterns arise to protect you from radical change, but I want you to start noticing those moments when your programming kicks in, leading you to make decisions based on fear, old trauma, feelings of unworthiness. Identifying these destructive patterns is the first step towards breaking free and reclaiming your authenticity. So, how to practice self-awareness. When I was looking into that, there was a lot about shadow work without really explaining what it was. Um, but in shadow work, by bringing shadow to light, by being self-aware, having a conversation with ourselves on a deeper level, we can transform everything that scares us, all our shadow, into a source of power and clarity. We can transform fear into an ally, anxiety into a teacher, uncertainty into excitement, problems into adventures, challenges into an empowerment tool. So I'm going to teach you a short exercise. It's great for shadow work, and I definitely know that coaches out there take thousands of dollars to teach this very simple, obvious, obvious tool that all of us have. It can look a little too obvious to you on how to converse with ourselves on a deeper level, but hear me out. Um, I want you to close your eyes and to focus on an emotion that you've been holding, an unpleasant emotion that you've been struggling with. And I want you to start scanning your body, your entire body, head to toe. Like you can put some nice music. Um, Here's my light is gone, but it is what it is. Life circumstances. Great. This is beautiful for our meditation. So closing your eyes, start scanning your body. Where is that block? Where's that unpleasant feeling? Just trust yourself. The answer would come. You would feel it somewhere, stuck in your lymphatic system, stuck within your physical body. Maybe you feel it in your shoulders. Maybe you feel it on your chest, this feeling of heaviness, of this energetical blockage that doesn't allow you to see clearly, or is causing something unpleasant to fester within you. Go into that space. Go into your knees. Go into your chest. Go into the place where that feeling feels the strongest. Now try to see, does that feeling has a shape, a scent to it, a texture? Does it have a color? It could be any shape. It could be a horned rabbit. It could be something from the Art Deco. It doesn't matter. It could be a transparent, I don't know, cloud with electricity beaming from it. Could be anything. Just see the shape and form of it, and then imagine that you're taking this unpleasant feeling from within you, from within the organ that has been storing it, into the palm of your hand. And now start an honest, raw, straightforward conversation with it. This is your opportunity to face with the difficult emotion that you've been avoiding. Speak to it if it was a friend. What is this emotion trying to protect you from? What does it try to teach you? How can you work with it instead of letting it control you? And speak to it as you would have spoken to a friend. I see you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for causing me so much trouble and pain for me to notice you. I see you. Life will never be the same again. I acknowledge you. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you're here for. When you start to understand your emotions and patterns, you stop reacting impulsively and you start responding intentionally. This is the foundation of true resilience. This is how you build your core. So, just to finish up with what resilience is, it doesn't come from simply pushing through challenges. It's built through self-awareness, emotional regulation, and the ability to view challenges as opportunities for growth. Resilience is not rigid, it's dynamic. It's a flowing energy that keeps you flexible, adaptive, and full of life. It transforms challenges into adventures. It's an invitation for growth. And as you embody resilience, you unlock a winner's mindset that refuses to give up, a mindset that knows deep down that you're equipped to manifest your dreams into reality. No longer stuck in the dream phase, you become committed, clear on your goals, and fully equipped with the tools and inner strength to thrive. This is your power. This is your power to embrace the entirety of your journey with an open heart, to rise after every fall, and to confidently transform your dreams into your lived reality. So, that being said, I invite you to tap into your endless resource today, to welcome into your life constant exploration, endless creativity, emotional mastery. Your journey to becoming invincible begins today. The tools are already within you, and I'm here to guide you every step of the way if you are needing of guidance. So, if you're ready to step into your power, you can sign up for a free introduction call with me by sending me a DM on any of my channels. I'm sure it will be linked somewhere here. And also hop onto my website on www.carriebreeze.com/IM to get your free gift. It's a DNA activation meditation to really activate the hero within you and to transform your set of mind. into a heroic, invincible one. So thank you so much for listening and for being here. I appreciate you. I appreciate the people who created this space for us to share our knowledge and our wisdom. Thank you so much, and I wish you a blissful journey. Bye bye.
of the violent beast.
Please join me in welcoming Ina as our next speaker. She is not just a professional architect, but also a visionary artist, feng shui consultant, and art facilitator. Her journey began in 2001 when she delved into a world of visual arts in Sofia, Bulgaria, pioneering art therapy as a therapeutic method in place where it was yet to be recognized. Embracing the realm of pranic healing and archaic yoga in 2009, she became an associate pranic healer, I'm saying that wrong, in 2021. With a diploma in art therapy from New Bulgarian University in 2011, Ina's passion led her to conduct sessions with clinical patients, exploring the profound healing power of art. Her quest for knowledge continued with a master's course in pedagogy of arts in 2001, shaping her into a well-rounded creative force. Between 2013 and 2019, Ina mesmerized audiences with her exhibitions of fractal art, unveiling an enchanting imaginary world that spoke directly to the subconscious, inviting viewers to unravel hidden messages within her intricate creations. Today, Ina Angel offers transformative sessions where she guides individuals through resolving challenges by illuminating a higher perspective in relationships, reshaping thought patterns in stressful environments, and fostering a deeper awareness in everyday life. Her unique approach blends art, healing, and wisdom, creating a harmonious space for personal growth and discovery. Please enjoy beautiful Ina's next session.
Well, thank you, Felicia and Fernando, for these wonderful opportunities to be part of this summit. My name is Ina Angel, and I'm very happy to start that practice that I have always dreamed of since I was a little child. By that time, I was inspired in many ways. I was born in Sofia, Bulgaria, and during my childhood, I lived in a small apartment. That apartment was full of paintings of my great-grandfather. Those paintings represented a mirror for another world, portal, and I love to dive there. And the other miraculous thing that happened that time was that I was given insights, and I was guided from inside to understand good and evil, and to cultivate peace, love, and harmony within myself. So, so it was the best moment of my life, and I'm so grateful. And later later in my life, I have chosen the profession of architect, and I have graduated and practiced as an architect. But my interest in art never ceased. I have taken courses on art education and art therapy. All those courses were the base of what I have started within myself. I have started exploring my inner world, my my visions. This process, that also occurred at my teenage years. I was able to draw some valuable understanding for me at that time. So during the years, I have created expositions, and I have also initiated a course on therapy. The purpose of that course was to get people to use creativity during their lifetime, during their everyday life, or in their lifetime as taking the path of professional artists. That course consisted of basic knowledge of visual arts like composition, colors, and perspective. Also, it included art history, science, ecology, and some Asian knowledge about space and colors like feng shui and Vastu Shastra. The sessions were presented with music, and the participants were inspired in many ways to dive in their creativity. Later, I have developed some group and individual practice, and today I would like to restart that wonderful um, happening, because it's a happening between us, and it is possible to be done online. It is possible that we melt all the physical barriers, and to get to know ourselves, and to obtain some guidance from people. So I want to be your guide. I want to be the one who will help you to dive in your art. And by doing this, you you can get a huge tool that will give you the freedom and the possibility to express yourself, and to be appreciated for, and of course to get better understanding of your personality, and to start value it. So I'm extremely happy of sharing that, and I would like to put some emphasis on what those practices will bring us to our life. Expressing our inner world using art will help us to raise our vibration and our self-confidence, which is very common with people who are in the art field. And also we will cover our personal understanding, personal values, and by that we will be able to shape our goals, and to create a mindful lifestyle, to set a mindful lifestyle. during that process, we can use many tools, and we can dive in ourselves, and by doing this we can outline and detail the personality that we are, the personality that sometimes it was very hard to reach, or some details were missing. Also, we will fine-tune our belief system, and by doing that, we will create a more happier and meaningful lifestyle. The medias that we are going to use are different. They all depend on the personal choice and personal feeling that you have, and in that way, the best results for the session will be granted. Creativity is a mighty instrument, and as I mentioned before, it is a tool that is always in our disposition. It's a great opportunity to understand and to use it. And if you use it, that brings you a great opportunity of understanding ourselves. So I will be very honored to be a guide in this process. Some of the topics that that we will we will touch in our sessions are how to use power of art within understanding the relationships that we have with other people on a higher level, either on our workspace or in our personal life. We will draw our tree of life. We will draw our family tree, expressing different characteristics, and we will be able to better understand what is the meaning that those people carry in our lives. We will also get inspired from the nature, from our favorite places, from from the trees, from the flowers, from landscapes, from gardens, from animals, from birds, from everything that is living nature, or is something that that has shaped us, or represents essential moment of our being. So other inspiration that we will use our best childhood memories. We could recreate them through different means, different art media, and by doing that, we could create that time and space portal, and to dive there whenever we need. So, of course, we can use favorite artist, favorite masterpiece, and of course, we can dive in the world of architecture if you wish to. There are marvelous buildings with a huge history, and maybe you have some type of building that you want to dive in to get the understanding of that type of art, or even you can have your favorite space in the city, or some memorable space there. So we are going to use those tools to put emphasis on the good memory and experience that you have. Also, we can dive in the art of calligrams. The art of calligrams is when we draw with the meanings of words, sentence, poems, literature. It's amazing art. It's amazing art, and um, it can give us another perspective to our consciousness and to our understanding. And it could always trigger our imagination. So, of course, we can create a dream board. The dream board will touch every aspect of our life, our family, our friends, our loved ones, our goals, our dreams, and we will do it in such a way that it will move with us in time, and we will get inspiration in time, and we will update that vision in time. So I will be very happy and honored to assist you in this journey, and I hope that you would like to dive in and to uncover that marvelous healer that lies in you, and that healer is the artist. So thank you. In this short session that I would like to post today, we will take some inspiration from the nature, from the birds, and you will need for the purpose some white sheet paper and color pencil or color markers. We will dive into the world of those amazing creatures, and particularly we will try to trace the outlines of their wings or their silhouettes, and we will try to understand what those lines speaks to us and what they show. For the purpose, you can use an image of the bird, or just a memory, or a dream of yours, just a little bit of inspiration. So we'll start with some breathing. We'll breathe 3 times in and out, and you will visualize the bird, the wings, the action they do. They fly, they play, and then when you are focused on the feeling that you have, you will choose one color to trace out the outline of the bird or the wing of the bird. And when it is done, you can take another sheet of paper and another color, trace another bird or another type of wing, and you can do that 3 or 4 times, or as many as you wish. So we have to always remember that the bird does not sing because it has an answer. It sings because it has a song. And it is the same for our creation. It is the same for what we feel and what we experience. And with the result, we can understand what qualities we have identified with, what colors, why, what feelings, what thoughts. So if you like that session, I will be very happy to assist you further. Thank you so much.
of the violent beast.
Our next speaker, David, is not your average professional. He's an Italian digital nomad, entrepreneur, and instructor with a passion for blending technology, entrepreneurship, and holistic healing. His journey started with a law degree in Rome, Italy, but quickly took a turn towards the dynamic world of tech startups in the US and in Brazil. Since 2017, David has been a driving force behind Vibrano Cura, a consulting firm dedicated to helping holistic therapists and healers navigate the digital landscape and build successful private practices. Currently based in breathtaking Condor Blanco, the natural reserve in southern Chile, David immerses himself in a serene environment that fuels personal growth and spiritual development. From this picturesque setting, he travels across South America, Europe, leading transformational workshops and seminars that merge ancient wisdom with modern tools. At Condor Blanco, David wears multiple hats as a trainer, leader of the training school, and a leadership instructor, molding a new generation of therapists and entrepreneurs who are not only innovative but also deeply rooted in the healing practices. His mission is clear to empower individuals to embrace change while honoring tradition, making a positive impact that ripples through communities and beyond. So thank you very much and welcome, David.
Hello everybody and welcome to this class of the New Consciousness Summit. My name is Davide Nastasi Gioredamo. I'm going to be your teacher in this class, which is going to be about beyond healing. What's the next step in your spiritual journey? We're going to talk about different levels of consciousness, different levels of healing, and most important of all, different levels of destiny. This is a topic that is very dear and interesting to me, and that can be very, very useful to your trajectory, especially if you are a healer or a spiritual seeker. But before starting with this topic, I would like to thank Fernando and Flea for inviting me to host this class in this beautiful event organized to put together many speakers, many teachers, many consultants and mentors, and to spread consciousness into the world. So what about me? As I said, my name is Davide Nastasi Gioredamo. I'm a business consultant for holistic therapists. So I help people that want to work with therapy, with healing, with spirituality, set up their journey, do their transition, start their business, and prosper with that. We all know that when we want to work with the therapy, healing, and spirituality, it's much more than business. At the same time, we know that there are a lot of business challenges that we need to face in this journey. As autonomous workers, as entrepreneurs, there's much to learn that goes beyond the therapy technique that we're going to apply or the teachings that we're going to share. We also need to know a lot about the physical structure that you are going to build if we want to be successful, if we want to help people. So if we want to be successful at helping people and reaching more people. So that's why it's so important to work on this side of the equation as well, not just the spiritual part but the practical part, and that's where my job starts. So helping you, helping healers, helping therapists make this transition in a very successful and joyful way, because we all know that this journey can become very lonely at some points. There are big challenges, big fears, and so it's always good to have a consultant, a guide, a mentor, and in this case for these kind of journeys, this is my job, this is my role. So everything that I'm going to share with you today comes from the experience of working with dozens of therapists in South America, in Europe, in North America, and I will share what I've learned in this trajectory, helping these people, helping these professionals, helping these healers, and it also comes from my own experience as a spiritual seeker, as someone that works not only with the practical side of things, but also with the spiritual side, with the emotional side, with the intellectual side of things. So I'll be sharing this experience, especially what I've learned in the last 5 years when I've been retreating. I've been in a retreat, 5-year retreat in the mountains of southern Chile, in the natural reserve Condor Blanco, where I've been trained and taught by my mentors, Surjavan Solar and Sol de Vanita, who are the founders of this organization, Condor Blanco, that has been existing for over 40 years. And so there's a lot of knowledge that I'm going to share, and this comes from my own experience, my clients' experience, and my mentors' teachings, the training that I've received in the mountains in the last 5 years about shamanism, leadership, meditation, coaching, and so on and so forth. And last but not least, before we actually dive into the topic about my accent, as you can see, I have an accent. I'm speaking English, but I have an accent. I'm not Portuguese, I'm not Brazilian, I'm Italian. So I'm going to characterize my speech with this accent. Hopefully everything comes out very clear and understandable. And I'm sure it will. So, what are we going to talk about today? Beyond healing, what's next? The next step in your spiritual journey. Many people that I know start approaching healing and therapy as a destination, as something that will be their peak in their spiritual journey. They understand that healing their emotions will solve all the problems in their lives, which initially is true, because many of us, most of us, don't have any understanding of the traumas that we carry and how them affect our lives. So once we start actually healing some of these emotional stuff that we have stuck inside ourselves, our lives become more pleasant, at least, or maybe happier. But at some point we figure out that something is missing. Even after we've healed some of these, something is still missing. And I like to call this the calling for a deeper spiritual journey. Because we now understand that working with emotions is just one of the steps of this journey. So healing our traumas and emotions is not a destination, but is a step within our journey. And there's much more to be done in this road toward enlightenment. And so today I'm going to share with you the teaching that comes from my mentor, Surjavan Solar, that talks about the 8 destinies of a spiritual seeker. For us to understand what's after healing our emotion, after stepping out of the crowd and understanding how to feel differently, differently, how to heal, what's next. But before talking about what's next, we need to understand what's before, which is the kind of destinies that most of the people are living today. So, 8 destinies of spiritual seekers. There are 4 lower destinies and 4 higher destinies. I'm going to translate these teachings into English, but it's important that you understand that they were originally taught in Spanish. So I'll try to go with some translation. Maybe something will be a little literal, maybe something will be a little weird to hear, but try to grab the concept. So let's start with the first destiny, which is the defeated destiny. This is the destiny of someone that doesn't have neither energy, neither nor love, nor money, nor resources, nor spiritual connection or consciousness. So this is the lowest destiny of all. This is where many people today are stalling in the world. These people cannot even survive. They cannot connect with anything spiritual. So they just live in desperation, desolation, and defeat. These people need to fight a lot still for their own survival. And so this is the lowest destiny, and the destiny where a good part of the people today, unfortunately, are stuck. Then there is the second destiny of these 4 lower destinies, which is the miserable destiny. So, no, actually, the miserable would be the first, the second one would be the defeated. So just change the word. The first one is the miserable, the second one is the defeated. In the miserable, you have no energy, you have no love, you have no strength. The miserable. Then there is the defeated, which is the second one. Sorry about the confusion in the world. So the second one is the defeated, which are people that have a little bit of energies, and they're trying, but they get defeated because they don't have enough competence, they don't have enough energy, they don't have enough love, they don't have enough inspiration, motivation, connection. So they just have the tiny little amount of these things to try, but never succeed. Again, a big chunk of humanity lives stuck in this kind of destiny. So there is the miserable, then there is the defeated, that never managed to achieve anything, just keeps trying, striving, actually fighting for survival. And then we move to the next destiny of these lower ones, which is the mediocre. So if in the miserable there's no energy, no resources at all, in the defeated one there's a little bit of energy, a little bit of resources, always trying but always being defeated. In the mediocre, we can find a very big chunk of the world population that are just floating there. They have just enough money to survive or live in a mediocre way. They just have enough energy to do things, but in a mediocre way, to have relationship, but mediocre relationship, things that don't really add up to their life or to the world. So they just stand there. It's kind of mindset of somebody who does the minimum effort, gets the minimum results, and is just floating, merely surviving or living a little in life. And again, this is where the majority of the people stands. Like if we look at these 3 destinies, this is where a lot of the people stand. And then we go to the fourth destiny of these lower destinies, which is the conformed or uniformed. This is the higher of the lower destinies, and this is where just a little percentage of people are. These are the people that have money, have relationships, have some degree of freedom, but they don't use this to do anything special. They just use this money, this relationship to enjoy life, to do what everybody else does. They spend in restaurants and food and comfort and pleasures, traveling to places where everybody travels, doing the things that everybody does, watching the movies that everybody watches, thinking, feeling, and acting as everybody thinks, feels, and acts. This is a conformist. Okay? And so, these are the lower destinies. And why is it so important to understand that? Because the majority of people that come to us, like 90%, are in this phase. These are the people that we need to help. If you're a healer, if you're a spiritual seeker that is starting to do something extraordinary, we'll get to this destiny in a little bit. These are the people that we need to help. And we need to understand what destiny they're on. And we need to understand that what they're doing with their life is not going to decide just their short-term or mid-term time frame, but it's actually affecting their destiny, which goes even beyond this life for those of you that believe in reincarnation. So it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot to picture the world in this situation. But now the question is, what about the higher destinies? And in which destiny am I standing? So now we get to the cool part. The higher destinies are the extraordinary, the significant, the valuable destiny, and lastly, the precious destiny. Just to give a little bit more context here. In Condor Blanco, Surjavan teaches this because what we learn, the methodology that we learn, the disciplines that we learn, the practice, the teachings, they're all aimed at changing our destiny and people's destiny in general. So this is why it's so important for us to know these kind of destinies, and so this is why it's so valuable for me to share them with you, because we need to understand that when we heal somebody, when we work with somebody, if we really have a spiritual connection and an energy with us, a spiritual power with us, we can change that person's destiny. Or better, we can help the person change their destiny, because nothing can be done against their will. So we can help the person change their destiny and move to a lower destiny to a more valuable and upper destiny. And so here in this conference, most likely the majority of you stands in this first level of the positive destinies, which is the extraordinary destiny. In this kind of destiny, in this kind of trajectory, you are thinking differently, you're feeling differently, you're acting differently, you're doing something that people normally don't do. You're healing yourself, you're getting to know yourself, you are working on your prosperity, on your happiness, on your consciousness, on your freedom. So you're doing something for yourself that is different than what anybody else does. So if it's so different, why is just the first level? Because you're still thinking about yourself. There's nothing wrong with that, but you're still thinking about yourself to be more prosperous, happier, more conscious, have more consciousness, more aware, and be more free. And so you're still focused on the I, but you are aiming at something extraordinary, something that nobody else does. And then there is probably a lower percentage of you in this class that is already in the second level, or it's moving towards the second level, which is the significative destiny. In this case, your life has a meaning. Significative, maybe it's a literal translation. Maybe the correct translation would be meaningful destiny. Your life is meaningful. Your life has meaning, but not only for you, but for other people as well. Because you are experienced enough, because you love other people enough, that you became a reference for them. That's why your life is meaningful. It's meaningful to other people because you help them. This is the place where you're not so focused on the I, because you have satisfied your needs in the first extraordinary destiny, and now you are giving back. So you're taking care of people, you are making yourself responsible for other people, you are leading, guiding other people in their journey. So this is the second level, the meaningful destiny. You're meaningful for other people, you're meaningful for nature, you're meaningful for the planet, because you're focused on resolving other people's problems, the planet problems, nature problems, starting from a well worked eye. And so, why did we call this class Beyond Healing? Because healing belongs to the first step of this, to the first journey of these higher journeys, the extraordinary. When I start healing, I still focus on myself, but I'm doing something extraordinary. But once I heal, or once I get to a process where my traumas are not so much in the way anymore, then there's something beyond that, which is moving towards others and living a meaningful life, heading towards a meaningful destiny. And beyond that, there's other two, which is the valuable destiny and the precious destiny. The valuable destiny is the destiny of somebody who is now giving to the world without any more focus on the I. We learn this equation in this term. In the first extraordinary destiny, it's the way of thinking is me and me and me. So me. First destiny. The second is me and other people. In the meaningful destiny, it's me and other people. In the valuable destiny, it's other people than me. So here you are awake, here you are aware, here your ego is already being dominated. You have dominated it, like the wild horse that you've dominated. And you are serving others from your essence. This is a higher state. And honestly, I'm sharing with you the teachings of my mentors. Honestly, this is not the space where I've got yet. So I'm just passing on a teaching, hopefully inspiring some of you to some reflection. But this is not something that I talk about as first-hand experience. So I want to be really clear about that. But this, reaching this valuable destiny, is what Condor Blanco is about, is what the methodology that I'm trained at and I use is about. Reaching this valuable destiny. I'm not there yet, but I'm aiming to that. So just leaving the information here to generate some reflection. And then there is the last level of these higher destinies, which is the precious destiny. As Sir Javan likes to call it, is the level of the Buddhas, the Krishnas, the Christ, the enlightened ones. Those that come on this earth every 4,000 years, every 2,000 years. And again, this is not something that I can speak of firsthand, just passing on knowledge and teachings that have been shared with me and that I feel in my heart that are true, even though I haven't gotten there yet. And so, with this, we finish our Shakana, we finish our explanation of these 8 destinies, and the reflection that I would leave for you is, first of all, in which destiny do you feel you are? Second, what destiny are you aiming toward? And who do you believe can help you reach these destinies? And third, where do you believe the people that you help, the people around you are? Which destiny do you believe they are living? Because for each of them, there will be a specific help that they will need, a specific medicine, a specific energy that they will need to get out of that destiny and move to the next one. And so with this, we finish this class. Once again, I want to thank Fernando and Flea for this time and space. And I wish everybody has enjoyed this class and is enjoying this new consciousness summit. Hope you can make the most out of the content that you will be watching, you've watched during these days. And if you need any help with your work as a healer, as a therapist, if you need help with your transition, maybe you are working as a public servant or as an employee in a big company and you want to transition to work full-time with your holistic practice, with your healing practice, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me. I'm sure Fernando and Flea will provide contacts to reach me out. I'll be really happy to help. Ciao, ciao.
of the violent beast.
Up next, you get to experience me. I am Flea. My talents transcend the confines of conventional education as I embody the essence of a mystical priestess. I am a soul awakened to the elemental wisdom of philosophical insights and the transformative influence of alchemy. This unique blend enables me to establish a nurturing and inclusive atmosphere where any participant that engages in my heart-centered education will be catered to their emotional, social, and creative growth. With over 2 decades of experience spanning from early childhood, primary, secondary, and adult education, I have integrated various art forms within very dedicated professional spaces. I am now dedicated to a holistic professional development grounded in the creative arts. I foster empathy and promote self-experimentation and expression. There is a profound connection between the heart and the mind, and my educational philosophy transcends conventional approaches. I am here for a comprehensive learning environment that not only stimulates intellectual advancement but also prioritizes emotional and social well-being. By infusing teachings with elemental wisdom and philosophies, I encourage individuals to introspect, to hone critical thinking skills, and to embrace a deeper comprehension of the world. Through this alchemical power of transformation, I create magical spaces where participants feel encouraged to freely and authentically express themselves, fostering creativity and a sense of belonging within the educational setting. We are here to grow, and through creative art forms is a way that I get to explore the emotions, thoughts, and ideas that early education has equipped me with. This diverse range of significantly nurturing creative expression is what nurtures the person. I design curriculum that promotes emotional intelligence, social consciousness, and a creative expression. By instilling empathy and promoting self-expression, I aid in providing participants with the cultivating self-assurance and self-value in their educational and transformational journey. As a beacon of guidance, mentorship, and inspiration, I hope to open the hearts and the minds of the participants in my vortex and embrace the world with compassion and love. So here is my presentation. Please enjoy. Imagine walking into a room where the energy just feels different. I know you have, because I have. I've been in spaces where you just know it's different. You just feel like a different person, almost like free. You're uninhibited. There's no societal norms that kind of keep us restricted. So when you walk into these rooms, they feel calm, they're inviting, they're filled with possibility. It's a space where ideas really do flow freely. Creativity is abundant and everyone feels safe to express their true selves. This is not just a room. This is what I consider to be a creative container. It's an environment that is intentionally designed to foster growth. But not just that, connection and purpose as well. Because we all exist in these environments. We all have these workspaces, these homes, these communities that really shape how we feel and interact. Maybe it's just to make a living, or perhaps it's our considered identity. And when we talk consciously, and this is new consciousness, this is awareness, this is a deep and profound level of intentional living that supports our lifestyle, but it also supports the growth and development of those around us. So these communities and these homes, they shape how we think and how we feel and interact. And if we could intentionally design these spaces to support this conscious living, to actually promote deeper connection and inspire creativity, it would bring more meaning into our everyday lives, don't you think? So I am just going to explore this idea of creative containers today. My words are just getting away with me. It's what happens when you run a summit and you're doing a lot of things at once. Anyway, we're going to explore the concept of creative containers as an essential tool for fostering new consciousness. So what I've seen and what you may have heard a lot of around the world is this woke mythology, this terminology that is going around the world. And this is just coming into that awareness state of actually I'm here with a greater purpose. I'm not here to just be something blah. And you can fill in the blank there that suits you. I've been the mum, I've been the teacher, I've been the wife, I've been all types of things. And when you lose those parts of yourself, you lose that part of your identity, you then need to foster new connections and new parts of ourselves. And a lot of the time, this actually happens by the containers that we are in. And I know that as an educator and a teacher, the environment was toxic in a lot of schools that I visited. And they're toxic in a way that they're not conducive of individuality. They're not there to support the individual. They're not there to create those creative containers within our own vessel. And this is where the learning starts. So if we consider that our environment in a learning and engaging and first time around experience, schools don't give us that sense of self that we need. For a lot of schools, we actually have uniforms that hinder our identity. They actually misplace us in our actual community groups and in our community containers. And you just need to think of this, like think of the person that you are outside of your job or your workplace. Do you wear the dangly earrings? Are you a little bit of a hippy dippy? Are you free and fun? Like what is the identity that feels more like you? Now, I like to play with my identity because I don't believe we're conformed to anyone. I believe we're all. And this is a new consciousness statement that we are all, but we are also one. And when we interact, we're interacting with parts of ourselves. And that also means the containers that we're in. So the environments, the physicality, the space, the little bit of green there, the artwork, the pops of who I am are the energy that is me. It is my reality. So when we get to enhance our world and we get to create these spaces that reflect and nurture this new way of being, we are actually creating creative containers. Now, for a lot of people, this is scary because the 3D, and I don't really love the terminology because we all live here in this three-dimensional reality. This is Earth. There is no escape to any 5D, 6D reality, in my opinion. It is, we become aware that it is there, but we are here to exist and to experience what is here now. This is the 3D, this is the gift, this is the blessing of new consciousness. So when we talk about these creative containers, it's not just the physical spaces. It's the intention of the actual environment. What is it made for? What is it purposeful? Like when you walk into it, do you feel invited and inspired to be creative? Because as human beings, this is our nature. When we get a job, when we go into the workplace, we are creating. Now, for a lot of us, we've lost the connection to what it is to create, the connection to self. So we're not living in the identity that is true to our hearts. And we've heard from some speakers today that, like beautiful Fernando, that talks on heart coherence. In this heart coherent space, we identify with our environments as an extension of what we can create in our reality. So in 3D terminology, or the normal term, and I love using everything because language is just an expression of self. When we go to work, as a teacher, I went to work and I created lessons. I created different formulations for sharing information with different human beings. I had to engage in personal information. So understanding the human being, the behaviors, the management, you can understand. We're dealing with kids, so you have to be adaptable in many different ways. Now, when I'm in that creation, I get to be the teacher. Now, the role of a teacher for me has always been hindered by the environment, because the minute you say, let's go sit down, follow the rules, do this, take your hats off, tuck your shirts in, all of that sort of stuff, you're setting a barrier to that creative learning, to that creative container. You're saying that if you don't follow my rules, you're not going to experience what it is I have to share. And that can be really traumatizing, but also separating the person from themselves. So in an ideal world, if I was to teach, I would want to be where my passion is, doing the things that I love. Now, as an artist and an art teacher, when I paint, I don't want to do it alone, because I am a teacher. I am a very multifaceted person. I need to be around people as much as I need to be away from people. This is my human design as a manifesting generator. I have both energies. I need to be around people. That's the teacher in me. But I also need the solitude to be able to enjoy and learn and grow in my individuality, in my singularity. And these environments, so at home, I have that. I have my space. And it has taken me some time to create a creative container that is supportive of all of my interests. I like to sew. I like to podcast. I have a computer and I have an online business, and I like to paint and do all types of weird costume design, makeup, and so on. So being able to have an environment that supports all of that and induces that energy, but isn't cluttered, isn't crowded, isn't overwhelming, and is still functional, is in the intentionality. How can I place the things in the room? And a lot of this comes back to Feng Shui, and I more than likely mispronounce that. I am an Aussie and we do have a very relaxed tongue, so our linguistics tend to just slip syllables. As a teacher, I tend to over-syllabalize and then mispronounce everything. So in the introductions, apologies to everybody that their names were mispronounced. Mine has been mispronounced many times in my life, and it is just what it is. We have to accept the person for who they are. Once again, creating those safe containers. So me expressing myself in that nature is part of that expression. So even on this digital space, we have to encourage deeper connections. How do we do that? We do it in the posture. We do it in the lighting. We do it in the setting. We set our purpose-driven action to have a space that is inviting for the intentionality or the purpose of the creation, which today is sharing and expressing ways in which we can actually share energetically parts of ourselves. So my identity is also my environment, as is yours. In our homes, we tend to have spaces where we feel more comfortable, more energetically in tuned. These are those creative containers. These are those spaces where we feel safe to be us. But they are designed with thoughtfulness. If you think of your favorite chair, like we all know of a person who has a husband or a father or a grandfather or something, they just have their chair, and no matter how old and ugly it looks, they just have to have that chair because it's theirs, it's their identity, it's their safe space, it's their ability to be able to regulate their emotional nervous system. And we've heard a little bit about NLP and things like that. When we come into this emotional body, we're creating that safety. So our container, which is also our physical form, we are a container in ourself. That has to have that safety within it. So for a lot of us, it could be our clothing. It could be our expressive nature, our hair, our makeup, our style. It could be the way in which we speak. Some people like to speak with their hands and so on, like me. I'm quite expressive. This is my safe container. So when I am in a space that is me, I know that I'm free to do this. And I know that when I'm setting things up in a way that makes me feel good about myself, makes me feel, actually, I can do this. I'm creating that safety that is then extended in that energy outside of myself. So there is that dynamic fluid offering that gets to happen with this structure, but also this freedom to grow and evolve. And if we can bring this into our workplaces, and I know we can't go out there and just say tomorrow, no, we've got to throw out all the desks in the classrooms and so on. What we can do is invite different ways to learn. And that can happen as simply as in a workplace, like a teaching environment. Allow the teacher to be in their love, in their passion, in their energy. What would you like to teach about this topic today? And I've seen the teachers that do that, and they get the kids coming in even if they're not in the class. The ones that are just having that chill discussion at lunchtime or something like that, and, you know, the Mr. Moxons, the kids just love to listen to because the stories are so great. And the stories are usually personal, like of the past, of an experience of a lifetime that most people haven't even lived. And in that love, that celebration of self, those teachers would then be in their mastery because they're doing something they like. And when you do something you like, you're passionate about it. You're in your joy, you're in your love. They want to be there. And rather than forcing kids to go in and say, look, this is the learning that's happening in this room. And if you know yourself as a teacher, you know the learning in pretty much anything you do, even a conversation like this. If you know the learning that is going to transpire in the activity that you wish to lead, the project, I love these projects, that you wish to lead. I want to create this. Who wants to come join me? How can we do it? How can we brainstorm and mind map? And how can we do all these things to build and make it better and to grow and incorporate everyone? In this learning environment, in this project where we're accepting, but we're invested, because those kids outside, they're not forced in there. They know the learning they need to do and they get to select it. They get to say, actually, I want to do this. I know that this is going to fit into my learning here. And I'm going to walk in to that teacher and I'm going to be part of that project. There is interest. There is investment. There is community. There is respect. And most importantly, there is growth. Not only for the teacher, that one has to share their expertise, because we all are very scared about showing what we're passionate about in case somebody wants to bring us down or criticize. But sharing what we love, the child gets to grow because they get to be a part of something that's not just about them. And that being part of something is what we all strive for in the world, in this conscious community, in this new consciousness. And so these beautiful creative containers that we can start to incorporate happen here. They happen with knowing what you love and knowing how you can prioritize and promote and build a mindful and intentional dialogue and connection amongst not only yourself but your environment. If you do have to teach in a classroom that's not so great, how do you make it you? And we're very trained in this is the structure, this is the rules, this is the lines, don't follow. But this is not the earth that we're in right now. This is not the world that we wish to be a part of. We're promoting acceptance and diversity and inclusivity in so many ways without really truly understanding it. Inclusivity does not mean that you just get to be a part of something. It means you are a part of something. No matter what you are, who you are, what, we can take the labels. Take it away. You're included because you want to be included, because you are part of the project, because you are invested. And a really good teacher knows that mistakes are going to happen. Like, I've thrown out so many art forms. It's unbelievable. It's like, oh yeah, that didn't work. What was I thinking with this? I wrote on the back of it. It didn't work. You can imagine. It's not that big a deal to fail, but it is not to try. And this is why I do these summits. This is why I have built Awakening Academy and this connection with soul-driven, mindful, heart-centered leaders that know the way to self is the way forward. And when we start celebrating beyond what we know, move back into some of those traditional, ancient traditions, the ways of living, the myths and the legends that really did show us the way forward. These allow that expression of that new consciousness. It allows for human potential and to nurture and grow. And the role of the creative container in this new consciousness is to shift it. We are here witnessing that global shift. We are emerging all that prioritizes interconnectedness, empathy, and purpose-driven living. And to support this, we need spaces, physical, virtual, that align with these values. These containers that provide the fertile ground for this new consciousness to take root and to flourish. They're not passive spaces, but they're active catalysts for transformation in workplaces. My ideal world, I have been gifted a property that is no longer used, something that needs to be repurposed, some old warehouse, something that hasn't been used in generations, that's just lying there. I would love to transform that catalyst, that shell, into a school where the project itself of building it into something fantastic, of using the shell, of repurposing, of making what is old and no longer used purposeful again. Old people don't want to be left behind, and as I'm getting older, I'm like, this is not the legacy I want to leave. Young people need a safe space, and they need to know that it's okay sometimes if you don't have brand new stuff, if you have to make it yourself. Sometimes the beauty in learning to create something gives you far more to that self-development than being handed it to you on a silver platter. That's a hard one to say. We are moving away from these sterile environments, this productivity-driven model of spaces that promote nothing in creativity. It is a sense of dread. The amount of people I speak to that I can't stand my job, like I'm just sitting in these spaces where I just can't wait to get home and escape. And the escape for a lot is turning dreadful. The escape is drugs, alcohol, food, sex, violence, binge TV, like poor health, you name it. We feel it in our bodies. We know what's not right for us. And you can love your different things. Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with any of that, but if it feels wrong in your body, you can't deny that. And that's what these productivity driven models and these spaces have been doing to us as a society, as humanity. And it is now time that we start designing spaces and places where this is possible. And so many people have wasted property. They have wasted material. They have hoarded things that could be of genuine use, of genuine connection and intentional conversation. Imagine walking into a school where, the shell is an old fire station and you've got podcast room and you've got vertical gardens and nature. And, if you don't want to learn, if you're not feeling in the learning capacity, and we all know we have a bad day, maybe you want to go meditate in the garden. How beautiful would that be to be outside with leaders that can show you peace and silence? This is the school that I will be building. And I'm saying that with all clarity because this is Awakening Academy and the dream vision that we'll build as we continue to build with intention. And that's why with all of the summits that I have hosted with my business partner, Marie, they have been intentional. From the topic to the title to the gifts and the invites, from the conversations, like every single part of it comes together with pure heart driven. These are the messages that need to be heard. These are the people that people need to see. These are the leaders that are going to shape this new earth and create these schools, these homes. And I say it as a home because I want it to be my home. I would love to have a home that was a school where, in my creative essence, I could be and do and feel and not have to cram everything into one room, but to be able to share that. How beautiful would that be? And to know that as you're teaching and as we're developing, as we're creating, we then also have productivity happening. You can create a podcast, you can create television and entertainment, you can create clothing and products and education and books and literally everything. The actual buildings need to be created, and in that you get to learn skills of construction. There is no downfall to having a creative container. And schools that take that creativity out of the world have really put us into that box. I've never been in the box. I've never ever been the sort of person to go, that rule doesn't make any sense. No, sorry, it's not for me. And it's not that I'm a rule breaker, because I love to follow the rules. I'm a stickler for logic as well. So that logical brain goes, oh, this is the employment, this is the job, this is the container, this is the responsibility of being in those spaces. And this is one of those creative containers, is also that conscious teaching. So making sure that you're expressing the true design behind everything. I started out in fashion, and from the simplicity of understanding grading to design drawing, the difference between a design sketch and a technical sketch, the difference between that and a progress sketch. Like, there are so many levels of adaptation that come from the simple knowing of how to do and create. Now, Can I go and be a designer and just draw a pretty picture and get somebody else to make it? Yes. Would I be a fantastic designer? No, because I wouldn't understand the body. And what do we notice in clothing? We notice that things do not fit correctly. They don't sit nicely. It's a container that we are putting on our container, sometimes very unintentionally, that actually impacts all of our energy. It really does shape our energetic interaction and how we feel about ourselves. So when I talk creative containers, Awakening Academy of Creative Connections is what that is all about. We bring people together. We know that we can't do it alone. I'm one teacher. I can't teach the world. Even with the internet as it is, I don't speak every language. I don't know every topic, and I'm just not going to be everyone's cup of tea. But I do know that I can celebrate others. And in celebrating others and knowing a person's mastery, knowing what they love, knowing them that well that lights them up, that is their passion. That there is how we create businesses and business models that Awakening is founding. We don't need to do it all on our own. We can join in affiliation. We can join in connection and celebrate each other and go, this is what I love to do. I want to help. I want to be part of that. I want to create lessons. I want to build the foundation. I want to be part of the production, the creative show, the costume, the makeup, the whatever it is that we do. Because all of life is possible and all of possibility exists when we come together and we design these beautiful creative containers with intention. And that is all. Where do we go from here? Connect with us. awakeningacademy.com is where you will find us. It is AWAECNIAN. It is the original Latin term for an awakening or to awaken. And the lovely little AE symbol, which is just divinely driven, is one of the first iconic symbols for one. So if you actually have a look at what that means, it is a Latin symbol, and that Latin symbol means one. To come into the oneness of self, to awaken into the oneness of self. And there are plenty of ways that we know we can grow, that we can physically create the reality that we want, whether it be through food, and nutrition, through steel and construction, through podcasting and entertainment, through our children and education. It's not a school for one, it's a school for all. It's a place where we can be, where we belong, and we get to find out what we can do. So thank you everyone, and please enjoy all the rest of this summit and the presentation. And thank you, Fernando, for asking me to speak on this topic, even though I kind of shifted where I was going with my mindset. I always know that intentionality and heart really do matter, and the dream and the vision that we all share of this better world where we are accepted, where we feel belonging, where we feel nurtured, and where we really truly can all have what it is that we really desire, because the knowing of the desire is a different conversation for another day. And if you would like to hear more, please join me at Awakening. I do offer personalized coaching plans. We have multiple different courses available, and we also do creative events. So if you would like an event or a summit planned, reach out. And this is all I've got for you. That's all I have for you today with this beautiful summit. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Up next is the beautiful Adila. She is a multifaceted individual who embodies a myriad of roles and qualities that define her as a truly exceptional individual. She is not merely a person, but a visionary who possesses a unique ability to see beyond the ordinary and envision a future that is both inspiring and transformative. As a mystic, she delves into the depths of spirituality and explores the mysteries of the universe, offering profound insights and revelations to those who seek her guidance. Moreover, Adila is a muse who ignites creativity and sparks inspiration in the hearts and minds of others. Her presence is a source of artistic inspiration and innovation, fueling the creative fire within those who interact with her. As a creator, she brings forth new ideas and concepts, shaping the world around her with the innovative thinking and boundless imagination. Adila's talents extend beyond the realms of creativity, as she is also an author and shares her wisdom and experiences through her writings, touching the lives of many with her words. As a counselor, she offers guidance and support to those in need, and compassionate heart to those who are facing challenges and difficulties. As a speaker, she captivates audiences with her powerful words and inspiring messages, leaving a lasting impact on all who have the privilege of hearing her speak. Her voice resonates with authenticity and wisdom, drawing listeners in and compelling them to reflect on their own lives and choices. As a writer who weaves tales to wonder, enchantment, transporting readers to magical realms, inspiring them to dream and imagine above the confines of reality. The words have a power to uplift and inspire, offering solace and hope to those who are in need of comfort and reassurance. As a coach and a mentor, that guidance offers others on their own personal journeys of growth and self-discovery, insights and wisdom to help unlock their full potential. A remarkable individual who embodies a rich tapestry of talents, qualities, each contributing to her unique and inspiring presence in this world. Please enjoy and welcome Adila as the next speaker.
Love and light to all of you watching this video. I'm a bit short on time and preparation for it, but since Fernando graciously asked me to be part of this summit, I thought of sharing a short but powerful message with all of you wonderful beings seeking for the consciousness of a new earth. I am Odilia Carmen, an opera singer, vocal coach, life counselor, and soon to be published author as well. There are many stories and functions attached to my name, but for what I will be sharing with you in this video, only one is important. I stand for truth, in truth and with truth. It is said, know the truth and the truth shall set you free. And so I am sharing a path to freedom. A little background on my personal journey. Since early childhood, I've been sensitive to the other dimensions. I've been feeling and seeing into the world of spirits, and I was very tuned to the astral world. There has not been a single day since I can remember myself in this world that I haven't dreamed. Many of my dreams contained catastrophic events, ends of the world from different timelines, as well as future events from my present life. I've enjoyed many beautiful places through lucid dreaming, as well as horrorful attacks from not so nice beings, to say the least, which embedded in me both fear and amazement and made me search for the ultimate power to overcome and control my reality, since it is quite challenging to relate to a society that has no clue of the other dimensions of life without being perceived as crazy. Nevertheless, fast forward into the present moment, after a plethora of experiences, a life of research, and through the wonderful grace of our Creator, I have received great insights and initiations from the spirit world. Today, I would like to speak to you about the power of the Word. It is said, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. and through the word everything was created. It was also said that we have been created in the image of God, and so we have been created in the image of our Creator with the power to create. Although we are mostly unaware of it, we are creating our reality with the power of our words. It starts at the thought level and is further brought into life with the breath being poured into the spoken words. Our power to create, though, has been hijacked at the thought level via implanted systems of beliefs on the matrix of our reality. We are looping over and over patterns of sickness, sadness, impotence, and depression that stem from a society that has fallen into ignorance and self-deception through the rise of the human ego and its desire to take hold of all power to control and manipulate at its will the course of all things. The truth is, ego cannot hold any power of creating unless it is creating in the image of its creator, in wholeness, that is, with reverence to all life and all beings. It is said we are born with a free will, and there is much misinterpretation around that. We believe we are free to choose and create whatever we want, but in truth we only have two choices: to create from the ego or from the truth. One leads to death, another to life. Creating from the ego means creating from the ignorance of limited perception and self-deception in an attempt to manipulate reality to our individual pleasure. But since everything that is created, including our ego, stems from the truth, truth is the final frontier as well. We are doomed to face the truth of our beings, meaning all that we are experiencing as creation is but a reflection of what we are choosing to be, what we choose to serve and pursue. In the case of our ego, self-deceived by the desire of power and control, that would be limitation, lack, sickness, betrayal, inequality, and so on. Much of what we already see in our reality today. However, if we stand in the image of our Creator, the truth, we create from truth and in the image of truth. Love, wholeness, equality, equilibrium, and equanimity. We can speak into being the restoration of our reality as a creation of peace. We can bring heaven on earth, not by expecting it from the outside, but by reflecting it from the inside of our hearts and our beings. We are running around searching for miracles and cures and secrets to health and power of manifestation. And we are doomed to realize sooner or later that all these secrets are limited and temporary. All we do is to prolong our journey through a not so pleasant reality filled with struggles and ignorance. In the end, we still have to face ourselves and our miscreations. And so, I would like to invite you to look at the world you live in, and then look within and ask yourselves, how are you still contributing to this reality? What are you still speaking into being through your thoughts and your words? What thoughts and beliefs of your ancestors and this fallen society are still looping in your minds? And end it right there at the root of your mind. Make the shift to a new reality. The real work is conscious awareness and the embodiment of yourself as true beings of light, a pure and truthful reflection of your Creator, the source of all things, the power of all powers, the ultimate truth that never dies but resides eternally into itself. What else and what other powers do you need more than that? And why? That is the self-deception that you must seek to end. And this is the end of my message for today. I wish you all a beautiful journey through life and your self-discovery. And if you wish to connect with me or work privately into deepening your understanding of self and the living truth of your being, reach out via my website, www.odiliacarmen.com, Much love and light to you all, and a beautiful awakening into truth.
of the violet race.
Another warm welcome to our next beautiful speaker, Ian. Ian graduated politics in 1984 and embarked on a remarkable journey as an active politician for 25 years. Throughout this career, he has gained valuable experience in various fields, such as administration, retail management, customer service, but ultimately his altruistic nature led him to volunteer as a trustee of a community organisation, which really showcased his commitment to serving others. Despite his professional success, Ian faced a period of introspection where he grappled with defining his true purpose and overcoming self-imposed limitations. This internal struggle prompted a transformative shift in his mindset, enabling him to break free from self-limiting beliefs and embrace a path that resonated with his authentic self. As a result, this newfound perspective not only reignited his passion, but also bolstered his confidence and self-worth. Building upon his personal journey and the profound insight he has gained, Ian is now dedicated to empowering individuals to thrive in their professional endeavours. His mission is centered on helping people identify and release the emotional traumas that hinder their progression, ultimately enabling them to unlock their full potential and achieve the success that they aspire to. And working alongside Ian, I personally have heard his journey and his story, and I can't wait to hear the vision that he is going to share with us today. Welcome, Ian.
Hello, amazing souls. My name is Ian Dysart. I live in the county of Surrey in the UK, and it's my great pleasure to be invited to be part of this new Consciousness Summit. And I'm going to speak to you about how I overcame toxic workplace environments, which I had a lot of experience of. And I'm also going to explain how this may resonate with people right across the world now. In fact, I know it will, and perhaps some of you watching. And I hope that what I say will be able to offer some value and insight and awaken the possibility in you that actually this situation need not feel as hopeless and permanent as one might think when one is actually experiencing it. To explain this properly, I really need to go back briefly to myself as a young person. I'm 58 years of age now, so I'm not very young now. But when I was young, I had very little confidence, self-esteem, no sense of self-being, didn't really think I had anything worthy to say, so I hardly said anything. In fact, I needed to go to a speech therapist because that was the only way that I was able to say anything or willing to say anything of consequence. And as a result of that, I liked to go with the flow, tried not to be noticed, and basically tried not to cause any scenes or cause any controversies. I was hoping people wouldn't notice me. I felt very little of myself, and this led me to take some what I thought were safe choices, not particularly adventurous choices when it came to my work. Now, my work was something that I was going to spend a lot of time doing. So I wish in retrospect that I had thought to myself, okay, so I may as well do things I enjoy. But I didn't get to think about that degree of sophistication when it came to those choices. I was thinking, what's going to fill the time, what's going to pay the wages, and so on, which is fine. And I'm not knocking those considerations. But they go so far and no further, and they rely on you actually enjoying the work or at least being able to tolerate it to the extent that you still feel motivated, able, and willing to keep going. After a few years of this, I got into a certain pattern, and part of that pattern was staying in environments that really I shouldn't have tolerated for more than a week or so, or at least after that, thought about what I might do instead. But I didn't do that. And I'm going to give you two particular examples of how this manifested itself in intolerable situations. So, firstly, I was working in a music shop. The business is no longer in force, so I don't think anybody from the company is going to be watching. I don't feel any qualms in saying this. The business is no longer in force now, but I at the time was the assistant manager of a music shop. And this shop was not very well managed in as much as they didn't pay their accounts and their bills. And as a result of that, the publishers that supplied the music often withheld any more supplies of music until their existing invoices had been paid. I was asked to justify why customer orders had not come through from the publishers concerned. And I was asked to say things like, well, we're very disappointed with that publisher. We think there have been local postal problems. They are not very communicative when we contact them and ask what's happening, and things like that. Because I couldn't have said the absolute truth. Well, I could have said the truth, the reality being that they hadn't paid the bill, and that's why the music hadn't arrived. But I knew that that would be a sackable offence, and I was scared of losing my job because I had no conception of how I might get another, and no conception of anything else that I could possibly do. The irony of that situation was that music is something I've always enjoyed because I played the recorder and the guitar and keyboard when growing up. Actually, I passed exams in all of them when I was between the ages of 12 and 16. But anyway, this situation with the music shop and the non-availability of orders just kept going and going. And I tolerated it because I didn't believe I was able to do anything else or find myself better. And it was comfort in a paradoxical way, because the idea of doing anything else was so uncomfortable to be unconscionable, whereas actually I was just setting myself up and continually sleeping as you were on a bed of prickly thorns where there was no prospect of anything changing, even though I kept imagining there might be a prospect of something changing. If I waited long enough, maybe there would be a magical knock on my door. Somebody would ring the bell. I would get a wonderful phone call telling me that, oh, yes, that work was going to be absolutely fine in future. And if it wasn't, then I would get something else that was absolutely fine and somehow not have to apply myself to go and look for it myself. And another example, perhaps the most extreme example of a toxic work environment, and in this particular case, was working with a government department. And it was about 20 years ago. And yet I can still remember many aspects as though they were yesterday. And this particular department where I was working was responsible for dealing with customers with very vulnerable needs and particularly troubling backgrounds in some cases. And we were there to help them to apply for things that they were entitled to. And we were also there to tell them very clearly when they were not entitled to what they were asking, or when they couldn't be awarded a payment at the time they were asking for it. And as you might well imagine, they were quite difficult, many of the customers, in their responses. Difficult as far as we were concerned, difficult in terms of how to manage their expectations, and difficult in terms of what to do when they reacted in an adverse way when we told them something they didn't want to hear. And why do I keep using that word difficult? Because we were not well supported. Now, it's easy for me to sit here and say, well, the managers weren't supported, because you might ask, why weren't we more proactive? Well, for reasons which I've just gone into, I wasn't more proactive. And many of my colleagues who were more proactive were resigned to the way in which the culture of this business operated, and had done for some considerable time. So in that situation, we had customers shouting at us, giving verbal abuse, sometimes threatening physical abuse, like, wait till you get outside, I'll follow you home, that kind of thing. So you can imagine the environment was pretty stressful. And with me, it got to a point after a few months when I started regularly being off sick. And the reason that I was regularly off sick, not that I wanted to talk about it at the time, was mental health, because my mental health was suffering with stress. I had anxiety before every day in terms of what situation I might have to deal with on that day or the next day, or what situations I might have to witness. Was my safety secured? And so on and so forth. And when we made representations as a team to the managers to say, can we have people who are actually in authority being more supportive, perhaps actually coming downstairs occasionally and seeing what we were doing? The answer was basically no, because you've got to do the job, and that's the job you're doing. When I was off sick, on those occasions, I was monitored for my sickness absence, which of course is nothing unusual. It's perfectly common for bosses and managers to manage sickness absences. But I was regarded and called to my face as inefficient. Inefficient because I had been off sick a larger number of times than was supposed to be the case. And it didn't go down favorably. And my mental health really suffered as a result of that. And once again, because of my lack of self-esteem, lack of awareness, or lack of confidence, I remained in that situation for much longer than I should have done. And I carried on in this vein, as I say, for a very long time. And it was only when I got to the stage where I started to think, and I can't remember exactly what prompted it, what specific event prompted it, but certainly I got to the stage where, whereas up to that point I'd been able to pay my bills, pay my rent, meet my expenses, not that I was going out living Rolls-Royce lifestyles or going down the city bars, the City of London expensive bars or anything like that, but I had more or less been able to meet my expenses. Well, that changed when I got to the stage where I'd been living in a place, renting a place for 18 years, where the rent was going up significantly because general prices were going up, but my pay at work was not going up by anything like the amount needed to keep up with the inflation that was affecting my spending in all my essential areas. And then I thought back to my father. And my father, when I was 4, and it's a very long time ago, I know, but when I was 4, at a birthday party, he said to me, make a wish. So he lit 4 candles on my birthday cake. And as is customary, he said to me, make a wish before blowing the candles out. And I made a wish. I blew the candles out. And it's not customary, I think, but maybe I volunteered what my wish was. I said, I wish that I could be, and then I said what I wished that I could be. And I don't remember what that occupation was, but I do remember him saying, well, you will, Day, won't you? You will, Day. You will one day. So I've no idea whether I've actually done any of the things that I said that I wanted to be. Probably not. And the reason I say probably not is that I know growing up I wanted to be either a journalist or a professional musician. And I didn't do either of those. And that was because I thought they were both above me. I knew they were very competitive. I knew that there were lots of people chasing after a relatively small number of places. And I just didn't think that that was for me. I wasn't up to it. It was going to be a pipe dream. It didn't occur to me, or it may have done, but only briefly, to think, okay, how do I get into journalism? What short-term sacrifices might I have to make to get the long-term benefits and the long-term rewards of being a journalist? And similarly, professional musicians. This was way before, of course, the days of videos. I won't name any companies because I'd have to name all the companies to avoid commercial advertising. But this was a long time ago. And I simply discounted that possibility. And I'd gone for safe options that I thought would be regarded as respected. So that would have included banks, insurance, it might have included shop work and so on. And I got to the stage, as I've mentioned, where I was not able to pay my rent anymore. I had to leave the place I'd been renting for 18 years for that reason. I became homeless. I started sofa surfing, traveling between hostels every couple of weeks. And I didn't have a roof above my head to call my own for several months. And this is going back to 2018. It's an experience I'll never forget. And whereas at first the experience was a bit of a novelty because one didn't know where one was going next, it got to the stage where I was thinking, is this how it's always going to be? And am I ever going to find a place that I can call my own and settle down? And not that you need me to say, but if you're constantly moving around, finding somewhere new to live, you're not able to focus on other things, especially work, and other things go by the wayside. And it's not very good for your mental health either. But before I could actually start to shift my perspective, and before I could actually change the way that I viewed my situation, I had to start thinking about what had been causing it. And that didn't just mean the visible things that I've mentioned, the lack of confidence, lack of self-esteem, being willing to follow rather than to lead. As famously one of my tutors in a training course I did wrote in my end of course report. That phrase has always stuck with me. But there are usually other things that are not so visible when that situation is so prevalent that you're desperate to shift it and yet you don't know how. And there are two very significant reasons why that was the case for me, which I've only in recent times uncovered. And they are related. So firstly, I lost my dad. He passed away when I was 4, and it wasn't long after the 4th birthday party, which I mentioned. So I was brought up into a single person household. And without having a father figure, which leaves a huge void, there was a big gap in my growing up. I don't know what he would have said to me. I don't know how he would have got on. I don't know what he would have thought of my work choices or some of my other work choices. It's all a mystery, and in some ways that's a novelty, but often I wonder, and certainly when I was younger, I found myself lying awake at night wondering, where is he? Can he see me? Is he looking down on me? What does he think? Does he approve of me? And if he doesn't, what am I doing wrong? And so on and so forth. And I always thought, by the way, that everything that went wrong was all down to me, and nothing that went right, even where I was involved, had anything to do with me. I had that amount of lack of confidence. And that's a huge void for anybody. So it brings me to the second reason, which was being brought up in a single person household. My mum made a lot of sacrifices to bring me up. She left her work much earlier than she anticipated. She was in her mid-30s as a language teacher and making good money when she stopped work to bring me up. And we had a bit of a strained relationship at times because, by her own admission, several years later, she was overprotective when she brought me up. And by overprotective, she was basically guiding me in every which way and telling me what I should do and what I shouldn't do, which you want a parent to do. But she was monitoring things like my homework, and I felt overwhelmed. I felt it was too much. Usually I kept quiet, I muttered. It wasn't often that we had a conversation, myself and my mum, especially when I was younger. But sometimes I would then go to the opposite extreme and I would fly off the handle without any warning and so on and so forth, which obviously upset her. And so we had a very strained relationship growing up. Also at school, being on free school meals, I remember standing in a queue of people at the start of every lunchtime waiting for our meal. There was a queue of people who had their lunch paid for by their parents, and a queue of us, including me, slightly smaller queue, where our meals were free because of the low parental income which we had. And I had to then start thinking about these big traumas and why then they had such an impact in my work and my life, and why they had caused me to deal with toxic work environments that I shouldn't have dealt with, that I should have noticed the warning signs of, that I should have taken action about. And because of fear, because of overwhelm, because of anxiety, because of the stress that was brought on by just thinking about doing something else, I just didn't do. I was a model of inertia, model of procrastination, prevarication, you name the lot. I had the certificate for all of them. So I then had to decide for myself, or I did decide, I considered, did I really want my epitaph to read that my work career and therefore the knock-on effects of my life had been one of disappointment? And the answer is no, I didn't want that. And after that, I started to think, well, how am I going to shift that? And I started working on myself, reassessing my perspective, my beliefs, and actually beginning to accept that actually I could do anything I want to if I'm willing to do the work, because it's not that everything is done to me. It's not that every action is created against me. It's not that everything works against my interest. It's my power. If I choose to visualize, accept, and realize it and use it, it's my power to shift my perspective. It's my power to do things I want to do. And this is why I started working for myself. I have sold cosmetics products. I've been a sales leader for a leading cosmetics brand, in which I've also recruited and onboarded other representatives who've gone on to make good sales. And it's a mission I have now to empower others to thrive in their work by actually making choices of working environments where they feel they can look forward to what is coming, where they can talk about their work with enthusiasm, not simply go through the motions, but go with a spring in their step or autumn in their step. That's a very bad joke. Let's go with a spring in their step. And if you like a musical metaphor, and I do, because as I've mentioned, I was a musician, I think about it as all melody and not just rhythm. So the rhythm is when you go through the motions and there's no particular soul, as it were. You don't feel particularly aligned with the work that you're doing. You're just doing it because it's filling a gap, that gap between what you need to pay for your essential expenses and the means to pay, i.e., the wages that you receive after it. Well, hopefully you receive after it. But the melody is coming from what you actually find motivating, what suits your personality, what aligns with you as a person. And it's a huge difference when you do that. And I think there will be, well, I know there are millions of people in the world right now who are facing the same sort of experiences, traumas that I did, and also millions of people who feel that there's nothing they can do. There's no changes they can make. Everything happens for them. Everything happens for a reason. Some are born to lead, others to follow. Some are born able to do things that they really enjoy doing, and others are simply not. Well, I'm here to say that that's exactly what I thought a few years ago. However, I firmly believe now that we have the ability to awaken if that's what we choose. We have the ability to thrive if that's what we choose. And we have the ability to value ourselves enough to take that action. Every morning now, first thing, when I get up, well, not immediately when I get up, but one of the first things I do is I go into my kitchen, I face the window, and I say to myself, I am enough, I know enough, I can, and I will. And I do that beginning of every day. I also have those words stuck on my fridge so that whenever I come to my fridge door to get something out, or whenever I bend down maybe to do some dusting and I see that notice, I see those words and I'm reminded of those words. And the other thing which I do whenever I feel any perception of stress is I just take a moment to step back inside myself and I lean back slightly. I close my eyes. I start breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like this. And I do it several times. I'm obviously mindful of where I am, so I don't simply close my eyes. For example, if I'm in the middle of a high street, I am mindful of my surroundings. But when I have the opportunity, I do step back in that sense. I close my eyes and I breathe in, and then I breathe out again. And that begins to release the stress and it begins to release the tension. And I believe it makes, well, I know it makes a difference to how I feel. And then suddenly, whatever it is that is causing me stress, well, either it's not causing me stress anymore, or I am clear as to how to address it and how to reduce the potential of that situation to keep causing me stress. And I can say I've learned a heck of a lot over the last few years about myself. I've learned about the importance of working on yourself if you're able to, if you want to be able to do other things to the maximum of your ability. And at the very starting level, it begins with you. You have got to believe that you can do something. If you can, if you do believe that, you will. If you don't believe that, you won't. And either way, you're right. But I want to be right now in the first instance and not the second instance. And I believe that's what a lot of people actually desperately want. And they are trying to achieve it. And yet they're not sure. They aren't used to it. It's a completely different departure for them, and they feel overwhelmed. And too often, because it makes them feel overwhelmed, that's as far as it goes. It's a wish, it's a whim. It doesn't go any further. It never gets translated into reality. So what would I like you to take from this presentation? Well, the idea that actually there is a choice, the idea that there are always choices, the idea that whereas we can't control everything that happens to us, including a toxic workplace situation, the way we respond is up to us, and how we react to it can make a huge difference, because we can choose to value ourselves and not treat that situation as more important than we are. We can say to ourselves, look, we don't deserve this, we're better than this, and we can find somewhere else that is more suited to us, where the goals are more suited to our values, where the activity better aligns with us, where we have people that we can work with who are more aligned to us. Not that we have to be friends with them, as long as we can work with them. And I want you to take away, or I'd like you to take away, that belief or that idea. And I know that it takes time, because that's been my experience, but at the very least, the idea that there is a different way, and there is a better way if you so choose. And in that regard, I've provided the links to my Facebook profile and my credentials as somebody who empowers people to thrive in their work. And also I have available a free gift, which I'm very happy to send. And that basically explores my journey from somebody of no beliefs whatsoever in terms of confidence, to somebody who actually thought that they were worth something, they did count for something, and that they had a responsibility and a role to make that seen. And also it gives you several tips for overcoming.
of the violent breeze.
We now embark on a transformative journey with Louisa, a mystical figure who wears many hats: alchemist, writer, numerologist, channeler, and metaphysical therapist. Louisa's realm is a fascinating world where spirituality and mysticism intertwine seamlessly. She delves into various spiritual technologies, such to the point I cannot pronounce them, but many that we do know, such as elemental magic and shamanism. Diving deep into her mystical world through books and many great titles, Louisa's writings offer a gateway to understanding the mystical and metaphysical aspects of life. Connecting with Louisa online for consultations in Brazilian, Portuguese, English, or Spanish, or you could experience the profound healing energies of 5D alchemical Reiki, one of the golden angels and evolutional alchemy. Her consultations provide unique opportunity to tap into the transformative powers of her healing modalities. With decades of dedicated practice, Louisa has touched the lives of over 320,000 individuals. Her expertise and guidance have brought healing and enlightenment to many seeking spiritual growth and transformation. Please enjoy what Louisa has to share.
Circuito mental oculto. O que significa?
Você já ouviu falar em loop mental? É nos circuitos mentais ocultos onde a maioria das vezes nós ficamos presos e eles são responsáveis por 50 a 60% dos sonhos que nós temos. Olá a todos que estão assistindo esse vídeo. Meu nome é Luísa Domaradsky, eu sou canalizadora da tecnologia de cura da quinta dimensão chamada Alquimia Evolucional. Comemoramos 10 anos de Alquimia Evolucional no dia 9/9 de 2024 com inúmeras atividades e com muita festa. A alquimia é uma tecnologia espiritual que abrange uma grande gama de possibilidades. Qualquer tema pode ser trabalhado sobre a ótica da alquimia evolucional. Pessoas, ambientes residenciais ou empresariais e até mesmo animais. Pensou? A alquimia transforma. E o circuito mental oculto tem vindo muito nas sessões de alquimia, pois a humanidade em geral está passando por um período muito lindo de liberação de karmas de vidas passadas. As camadas de cura e evolução pelas quais nós passamos depende muito do zeitgeist do momento evolucional do ambiente em que estamos inseridos. É necessário um momentum quântico envolvendo todo o entorno do indivíduo para que tal e tal evento ocorra em sua vida. E o momento hoje é esse. Os circuitos mentais ocultos ocorrem através das energias eferente, aferente e exaferente. São como realidades paralelas, obrigando o ser humano a viver nela como num circuito oculto no seu subconsciente, obrigando os espíritos que nos animam a responsabilizar-se por todos esses contextos como cópias nossas, aprisionadas em determinados eventos reais ou não, uma vez que para o nosso subconsciente tudo é real. E assim, o espírito que nos anima usa o nosso eu atual para resolver todas essas pendências. Porém, ele só pode chegar a tal ponto quando ele próprio está isento ou quase de todos os pesados karmas negativos. Do contrário, ele tem que resolver primeiro as pendências kármicas e liberar-se para o próximo e mais importante passo evolucional. É importante dizer que nós podemos estar presos não só aos nossos, mas também aos circuitos ocultos de outras pessoas que têm problemas mal resolvidos conosco. Essas pessoas criam nas suas memórias cenários em que mesmo inconscientemente o nosso eu sente-se preso. Nessa hora, a alquimia entra, dissolvendo essas bolhas, realizando divórcios energéticos, desligando emaranhados espirituais que nos ligam a essas bolhas e, se for preciso, resgatando fragmentos de alma, removendo, resíduos elementais negativos que essa ligação deixa em nossos campos mórficos. Mesmo quando aquela criação parece uma situação sem sentido ou sem importância, o nosso eu sente-se vivo dentro daquele cenário, com todas as emoções que isso implica. E como sabemos, um pensamento gera um sentimento que gera uma emoção. Essa emoção faz com que nosso cérebro físico secrete substâncias químicas que se derramam por nossa corrente sanguínea, marcando inclusive o nosso próprio DNA com aquela informação, podendo ser transmitido de geração em geração até que alguém se disponha a olhar para isso. Nesse sentido, com a alquimia evolucional, nós trabalhamos até a 6ª geração de antepassados, podendo, para que a cura aconteça em você, ser necessário trabalhar a sua ancestralidade. E isso acontece muito nas sessões de alquimia evolucional. As cenas repetidas em looping dentro dessas bolhas são tão reais quanto a própria realidade que você está vivendo agora. Nesses loopings mentais, a sua mente fica presa até que sejam resolvidos. E quando essas bolhas são geradas por eventos que nós mesmos vivenciamos,
a sensação é extremamente mais forte. Traumas de infância, traumas intrauterinos são vistos pelo pequeno feto como ameaça à sobrevivência. Quantos desafios, adversidades, brigas, desentendimentos, quantas coisas você já viveu que podem ter gerado uma infinidade de situações em que você está preso e sua vida não flui. Muitos podem dizer que é falta de sorte, mas pode ser falta de sorte sim, pois os eventos negativos são tantos que impedem que os eventos positivos sejam atraídos. Existem incontáveis bolhas psíquicas geradas por todas as experiências que vivemos nessa ou em outra vida, aguardando liberação. Quando o assunto é resolvido lá dentro do cenário, sendo acessados através da alquimia evolucional, essas bolhas se dissolvem. Quando isso acontece, gera em você mesmo a liberdade mental em termos de grau de memória, ou seja, você é capaz de se lembrar dos eventos, mas de uma forma que isso não gere mais em você a emoção negativa que aquilo gerava, proporcionando um efeito de que o efeito de retroalimentação seja quebrado ali. É necessário passar a existir dentro de nós, de maneira imperativa, a liberdade mental e consciencial, a única postura capaz de resolver os problemas definitivamente, desde que bem trabalhada. Além disso, a ressonância límbica, representada pelo amor incondicional, a empatia e o amor altruísta humano, precisam compor essa sensação existencial. Como seres particularizados dentro de uma criação maior e eterna, precisamos desenvolver em nós a consciência de que estamos aqui de passagem, que a vida real acontece depois que nós deixamos esse corpo de carne e preparar o terreno preparar o terreno que vamos encontrar lá é nossa obrigação. Precisamos estar focados naquilo que realmente importa, vivendo com dignidade existencial, sendo o melhor que podemos ser no contexto existencial que estamos inseridos. A alquimia evolucional trabalha também na dissolução dessas bolhas psíquicas, ajudando a você a saber onde você está preso. A escolha desse tema hoje foi baseada exatamente nessa questão, pois tem vindo muito nas sessões de alquimia evolucional a dissolução dessas bolhas e os resgates dos fragmentos de almas presos a eventos do passado, dessa existência e de outros eus que os nossos espíritos animaram. Quais são as situações que você está liberando para ser a melhor versão que o seu espírito já criou? Para que essas liberações aconteçam, é necessário um grau de consciência que apenas a busca incansável proporciona. É necessária muita coragem para deixar o chumbo virar ouro. Você está vivendo o seu próprio nível de realidade a cada momento. Aquilo que você realiza faz com que surjam nas suas células algumas moléculas que enviam mensagens para o seu cérebro, promovendo a pulsação do mesmo, criando cópias eferentes, ou seja, uma informação enviada. Espera-se que seu cérebro responda com cópias aferentes para que o movimento aconteça, finalizando o processo no âmbito das suas células. Se o movimento não é feito pela célula, que surge o looping mental. Ou seja, o movimento completo aconteceu apenas mentalmente. Você sentiu muita raiva de alguém, enviou essa mensagem para o seu cérebro e criou uma imagem mental sua reagindo àquela situação de acordo com a forma que você gostaria de responder, mas não fez nada. Então, o cenário está montado na sua mente, mas apenas ali. Se você pensou na situação ou pessoa, a bolha é gerada como uma cópia verdadeira e real do seu quaternário inferior, composto pelos corpos físico, etérico, astral e mental inferior. Dependendo do grau de intensidade emocional que você colocou no interior daquele movimento que a sua célula produziu, quando você fez isso, o seu eu permanece preso dentro dessa bolha, mesmo que seu eu deixe de existir no seu próprio corpo, ou seja, mesmo depois da morte do corpo biológico. Mas você continua a existir dentro de todas essas faixas de realidade criadas por você mesmo ou por outra pessoa com quem você conviveu e que criaram cenários mentais com você. Ainda que seu espírito crie um novo eu e que esse eu não se lembre de nada disso, mas tudo o que você for fazer no futuro pode não fluir porque está reverberando com esse aprisionamento a essas realidades. E seu espírito não consegue evoluir enquanto não resolver todas essas questões pendentes. Quando você vive uma experiência como parte do todo, você recebe vibrações dessas experiências. Então, quando você passa por uma experiência de cura e transmutação com a alquimia evolucional, você também está curando essa sua versão presa nessa realidade paralela. Por ressonância, o ser humano tem a capacidade de resolver problemas universais, resolvendo esses problemas em si mesmo. Mesmo que a consecução da resolução atinja uma fração sua ou mesmo outros seres de infinitas realidades. Mesmo nós sendo pequenos diante da grandeza universal, nós podemos fazer coisas que mesmo os anjos não podem fazer. Sabe por quê? Os anjos e os espíritos que nos animam não têm corpos biológicos capazes de produzir em si hormônios responsáveis pelas atividades químicas dos seus corpos. Com isso, não há ressonância límbica que nós, seres humanos, produzimos. E com isso, está em nossas mãos, literalmente, a possibilidade da evolução da nossa espécie. Por isso, é tão importante o escaneamento inicial feito em todas as sessões de alquimia evolucional. Ali, nesse escaneamento inicial, nós detectamos em seu corpo físico todas as pendências que estão refletindo e quais os sintomas, ciclos, órgãos que precisam de restauração doada pelo meu próprio ectoplasma, que eu, como terapeuta, dou para os mentores utilizarem para que você se reconstrua. Como eu disse antes, esse tema tem vindo muito nas sessões de alquimia evolucional, uma técnica de minha propriedade intelectual canalizada em 2014, que acabamos de comemorar 10 anos e que já ajudou mais de 300 mil pessoas ao redor do mundo em atendimentos individuais ou em grupo. Para mais informações, entre em contato, prestigie esse evento maravilhoso que está sendo disponibilizado para você e absorvam todas as informações possíveis, pois o ambiente forma o indivíduo. Parabéns aos maravilhosos organizadores e gratidão pelo convite. Nos vemos nas próximas palestras. Um último recado. Deixe o chumbo virar ouro e brilhe a estrelinha.
of the violent beast.
next guest, Rebecca, is an angelic channel, energy intuitive mystic, and visionary integrated energy therapy instructor, a clinical hypnotherapist and licensed massage therapist, as well as an ordained interfaith minister. She has over 2 decades of experience and an incredible passion for helping others. She has traveled extensively teaching energy healing in America and abroad. With over 2 decades of experience, she has worked with thousands of people and has a profound understanding of the human condition. She has been helping souls lift their consciousness for the better, in ways that sometimes she didn't understand. After a near-death experience at age 27, she realized that life must truly be lived fully and that life's miracle and every breath we take is a gift. She also has an uncanny ability to bilocate herself as well as during healing sessions. She can be a strong catalyst for change, especially with the most stuck people, and a passion for helping them drop their density and merge with their light within. Let's make Rebecca feel very welcome, everyone, and please enjoy the next presentation.
Hi everybody, my name is Rebecca Prufnick. I am a metaphysical healer from Clearwater, Florida, currently in Tampa, Florida tonight. And I'm here to share a little bit about my journey, my own healing gifts, and my path that led me to where I'm at. I am 53 years old. I have 2 adult daughters and 4 grandkids. And I'm going to share a little bit about why I'm here, what I'm doing, and I hope you'll like everything. And I'm going to have a friend interview me just to keep me on track.
So, if you would put your life in a few sentences, what would you say? How did you get your start?
So I got my start, it's really interesting. I knew at a very young age that I was going to be called to this path. I didn't know what type of healing it would be, but for me, what would happen was my mother would get annoyed with me. We would friends, when you're a healer, regardless of training that you may get from other people or classes you take or just developing your gifts straight from God over time, it's already sort of instilled before you're born. And I do believe it's a template in your energy field. And for some reason, people would feel better when they come over. They would want to hang around to the point where it annoyed my family, and they'd be like, what are you doing to these people? I'd be like, I don't know. What do you mean? And I realized they were getting a supply of the energy at the time that I unknowingly, it didn't occur to me till later, but I unknowingly was generating, and they felt that light and whatever was coming through me at the time. And that was an indicator to me as I grew older. And I'd say it was in high school that I knew I was gonna do healing. I knew I was not gonna have a traditional 3D job, and I knew deep down that it was gonna be pretty impactful and even hopefully could save lives. And I pursued it with my whole entire heart, as I believe we should live life. We should not live life, how do I want to say it, in a lukewarm way. We should be passionate. And I was extremely passionate about developing my gifts and watching the expressions of the people that I would work on over time. And there's a lot I could say, but yeah. And even as a child, I was a bit of a Hyoka empath in even 3rd, 4th grade. Being able to hear the thoughts of kids in the class with me, I literally could sometimes sit and not only feel sometimes the suffering of little kids around me, and I would know their whole home situation. Literally, if they had a bad relationship with their mom, if they were abused, on and on and on. And I didn't know how I knew, but I knew, and that was overwhelming until I got older. And which I want to talk about that for anyone who considers them any sort of empath, how you can actually transmute that and have it go in the reverse direction with your energy field. It's really incredible. But go ahead. What else would you like to ask me?
Well, some souls have a magnetic quality where people are drawn and make them share, and that's from a higher place. So it's that quality that people are drawn to, and it's those energies that people like you are connected with. And in your case, it's a lot of it's angelic. So it is this level of energy where people can then open up to you, even though they have never met you before. So that's great. Now, what kind of challenges did you have then with all of these gifts?
Yeah, so having gifts is most people that have gifts in general, not most, but some, I'd say, managing the gifts. Some of the challenges along the way that I've had were very, very difficult. At one point, I was right around 40 years old, and I was going through all these life transitions. I had like 3 doors that closed. I had just come back from Australia, back to my hometown, and I didn't know what was next for me. And I was used to being a seer and always kind of having an inkling on what the next chapter of life could contain, right? So I started channeling higher energy to the point where what a lot of people I'll hear like in the ascension groups are going through now are, electric currents in their body that are too strong, not being able to handle the energy, sleep problems, not being able to properly ground that divine spark. And that went on with me for a good 5 months. And that actually can happen as our soul star is lowering energy into our field for our actual purpose. So when we're not divinely expressing outwardly our purpose, we can have trouble grounding that whole vision that is being sent from the heavens. It's a lot of people don't know that, but that what they call divine potential starts to build up and build up and build up. And that's what was happening with me. And I literally couldn't get out of bed for like 5 months. I stopped taking clients. The vertigo was so intense that I felt like I was definitely balancing multiple worlds. And now it's much, much easier. But back then, this was in 2013, and I was pretty freaked out, and my friends weren't so much going through it yet. Now I see it's more common, but yeah, so that was a huge challenge that I had. I also had a near-death experience at age 27 with I had 106.3 fever, and I was septic from a kidney infection after giving birth 2 weeks after, and that took me months to come back into my body as well. It's really a profound experience. At my life review, I had just had a baby. My youngest was 2 weeks old, and I literally saw what their paths would look like without me if I didn't stay here, how long their lifespans would be, what their life would be like with their dad. And I decided to stay. And that was a huge challenge when you're that far and that silver cord is just about gone, to really integrate back into a human form. So those were some of my biggest challenges. And at times, and I'll talk a little bit more about this, just being empathic for years. And then once I was at a retreat in Austin, Texas, and there were about, I want to say like 200 people there or something. And I learned how to not only work with large groups and work with the energy of the whole group, but I also learned how to get my field strong enough where, I don't want to say this, I could, rather than absorb people like a sponge, I could literally extend my field out, multiply it times 1,000, and then they would transmute to that frequency that I was channeling from the divine realm. So when a lot of people, if you meet people and they're like, I'm empathic, I can't take it, I feel everyone's suffering, if they learn how to really get their field strong so they don't get sick from it, they can literally, I'll give you an example. I was around someone earlier today that is suicidal, and I had no choice but to transmute their energy, and they had a pretty good shift. Whereas maybe 10, 15 years ago, I might have gotten severely depressed like they were, because we all are interconnected. And shining your light that bright can be incredibly impactful. And it can also help not only everything, but everyone around you.
Well, as you got your gifts going, then the power opened up about that time in your life. So then how did you integrate that to where you could then make it beneficial instead of intense and detrimental, like ascension symptoms, and turn it into a gift that you can give to the world?
How I integrated one way was when the energy, as most light workers know, likes to come in strong at night, that veil's nice and thin. I would just text my friends, honestly, if I couldn't sleep, and be like, okay, do you have any pain in your body? Do you have any emotional problems? Do you have can I send you? And I'd literally, when you look at yourself as a storage battery like that, you want to drain the battery. So take it, you're plugged into the divine charger for a reason. That not only to keep yourself alive with that high energy, but also when you have a surplus and abundance, it's to share. And whether you monetize it or not. And for me at night, just a simple thing like that, I would just start texting people okay, I want to drain my energy, do you need help? That was a little way. And it's good to be humanitarian as well.
And so then you've got an abundance of energy that you've had to get rid of. Otherwise, it would short out within you, and that would drive you crazy. But if you give it out, that was great. So then it was time to just find ways and places and people to give it to. So then after that, then what became your goals?
So my goals over time, obviously, I'm a hypnotherapist. I teach integrated energy therapy, which is a form of cellular memory healing. It's pretty powerful. I'm a massage therapist. I do several things. I also created an ancestral healing program that I've had good results with myself. So my goals, honestly, I'm a Scorpio and I think big. So kind of go big or die. So if you're really if you're gonna do this, do it well and be unforgettable. I mean, change people's lives to the point where they remember it, and impact them in a powerful, powerful way. Those are my goals, and to continue to grow and just, help people. It's amazing because it works with the physical, the mental, the emotional, and spiritual aspects of people. So you can help so many people that are really crying out for what you need.
And so
you give.
So basically with different modalities, you combine what is perfect as you have your guides communicate with their team or whatever. And so then it's kind of like a perfect formula that allows them to open up, to balance, or get those.
So our goal is one of the reasons we have, what people would call psychic vampires and things like that. Because they're disconnected from the divine realms, their own soul, even to the point, if you go out into the 3D world where people are mainly concerned about material things nowadays, not everyone, but if you would ask them, well, how connected are you to your own soul? They would probably look at you like you're crazy, what really is meaningful to you? Because, some people will spend their entire lives, I hate to say this, but doing things that mean absolutely nothing. Not everyone, but some people will. And they're calling out for something higher, especially with what's going on in the world today. As we are getting to this, we want to reach critical mass. We want to get to that 51% of love frequency. So the 49% has no choice but to shift with us. So they literally need us, especially right now as we are getting closer and closer to, some call it the grand solar flash and all that, but we're getting closer to that collective tipping point. So that's one of the reasons why we're doing all this. It's for the rest of the world,
And so one of the longest running modalities you have is the cellular memory healing. Those angels, how do they come in and really open up things to where they can then raise them up so they can be addressed?
So my favorite thing to do is cellular memory healing, and I teach it as well. It works with, we store emotions and memories in the body and the cellular memory. So, the liver holds anger, the kidneys hold fear, our third eye holds trust issues. Some of them are imprinted in childhood or just from being in the world. So it's different than Reiki. You literally, your hands sort of become like magnets. We are magnetic beings, and you literally pull out the imprints and then they get reprogrammed into a positive imprint. So if someone releases fear after the session, they're going to vibrate in safety. If someone has a lot of anger, they're going to be on that path to forgiveness. Abandonment issues are huge, especially for people that have been adopted. I found that they'll carry a huge abandonment imprint because even if they haven't met the parent or they had good adoptive parents, the soul remembers that the soul was given up. So that's a big one.
There's like an angel for different areas.
Yeah,
right?
so that particular modality works with 9 different angels, and it's such an honor to work with them. Just to have a close affinity with the angelic realm. It's beyond, some of the vibrations are so high that you'll encounter that, like, you almost can't stand it. I've had moments like that. I don't know if you've ever met anyone that vibrates really high, but it's like, whoa. You kind of have that moments, but then you start to align with them as you become an earth angel, and you take on those angelic qualities as well, and share them out into the world that desperately needs them.
So basically, by personally opening up or being opened up through these processes, you can then clear those things that are stuck, move on, and of course that helps the collective. So then this is one way to do the larger work.
It is.
By having the individual sessions.
Yeah, it is one way to do the larger work. Also, too, just when you're out into the world, nothing happens by chance. We're always where we're supposed to be. And literally, you can affect everything around you. You have that much power to be used for good. If your field is strong enough, you can literally walk through an entire grocery store and clear out the whole store, not even knowing you're doing it sometimes. Sometimes knowingly, yes, if like your team, as I call them, your guides, your ancestors, your angels, are specifically showing you that. But yeah, sometimes it's just, it could be your voice. It could be your very presence. So we need like all of us. We are so needed, like as a powerful team from heaven.
So then how would someone get to that place so they can spread their light more out into the world?
So, there's a few things, and including the times that we're in right now, we definitely want to, you could be placed somewhere to intervene in conflict. And some people have this, oh, that's not my business. I don't need to get involved with things. I'll give you an example. Someone was abusing an animal. This was like 7 years ago. I literally could hear this little puppy screaming, and I mean, you can bet your sweet ass I intervened because that was an innocent puppy. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. My daughter looked at me. She was like, Mom, she's like, you can't go out there. That guy's like nuts. And I'm like, what do I have to fear? I'm protected. And those moments, you have to be brave. You have to be heroic, because you're divinely placed a lot of times to stop violence, to stop all the stuff that's going on. So being brave and just knowing that you're safe no matter what you're doing, where you're at.
So then, without the drama, how would someone do that, say, on a day-to-day level of a more peaceful nature to, say, spread the light where there are, or with other people, or make their lives better? Be the blessing.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's just life coaching people through their fears, letting them know that they can do something that might be very scary or challenging for them. Sometimes it is putting your hands on someone, and yes, the stronger you get, you can absolutely dissolve tumors and things like that. Sometimes it's physical healing for people. I recently worked with someone with that was getting a major surgery, like a quadruple bypass, and they went into it peacefully, which technically most people would probably be pretty nervous about something like that, not knowing how the outcome's going to be. But yeah, you can bring that with you wherever you go. Even in traffic, you can drop a seed of peace. Your consciousness is powerful. We just tend to forget, but yeah.
One of the things I've noticed is that just by being there and holding the place or the space so that people can then express or go through an experience is very powerful. So just showing up is a powerful thing when you're being there as a reference, and it's like on the other levels they can feel safe to be able to express that. That's one way to do it too. Would you say so?
Absolutely. And also talk to your ancestors a lot. I'll tell you a real quick story here. So my grandmother lived to be into her 90s, but she was widowed young. Her husband was about 10 years older or so. And the town I'm from, originally where I was born at, it was pretty cold weather. We only had 3 months of summer, so we really took advantage of that. And she used to fall asleep at night with her screen doors locked so she could let that fresh air in, watching I Love Lucy reruns. And she fell asleep one night, and as usual, a routine she had, and she got startled and she felt something, and she felt a very light tap on her shoulder, and her name was Margaret, and she heard Margaret go lock the doors very clearly, and she looked over, and by the door she had a vision, and in the vision she saw my grandfather's boots from his work boots and his coat hanging up, and he had been gone already for 10 years, but she just followed his instructions. She locked the door, completely freaked out, and took the dog and went upstairs, and took forever to fall asleep. And ironically, right next to her house, was a cop that lived there, and a state cop lived three houses down. So, and it was a safe neighborhood normally, but she woke up the next night, and 2 houses on the street behind her were robbed. There was one on her street, and I believe there was a few on the following street. So our ancestors, our passed on loved ones, believe me when I say this, they watch over us. So that's another cool thing, just to keep in contact with them as well. And on that subject of ancestors, I wanted to say, just because they dropped their bodies doesn't mean they stopped evolving. The soul always evolves, right? So we literally, this ascension we're going through, they're literally helping us. We're collaborating back and forth in the dream state and visions. They're putting psychic impressions into us. And they're ascending as well. They're healing at the soul level, and you can resolve conflicts with them. You can have peace with things. A lot of people are like, oh, I wish I would have said this to this person, that person. You can still say it. They're telepathic, and they will definitely hear you. But yeah, we're partnered up with them. So we literally have all of them, realizing that they're going through a shift, and we are. So again, it will be a new heaven and a new earth, because the afterlife is shifting right along with us, which is super exciting. We have exciting things to look forward to.
Yeah, it's really cool what you're saying, and it sounds like your life has been amazing, and congratulations.
It's been amazing and very challenging.
And so and you do private sessions, and
yes, so I do private sessions.
Classes.
Yeah, you can email me you can find me on Facebook, Rebecca Renee Angels 911. You can also email me at soulfire, SOLEFIRE 444 at gmail.com. And you can also find me on Messenger on Facebook. But yeah, my favorite thing, honestly, is to teach healing and to multiply those gifts to other people. I've dedicated my whole life to it, so I have a few decades in, and I'm excited to continue. And another thing too, I'm hoping to create is sort of an aging backwards program where you can age backwards. That's a whole nother subject, probably to talk about another time, but regardless, we get a new stomach lining every 3 days. We get different parts of us that regenerate, but you can actually reverse that and not buy into that program, and have a lot to look forward to, even as your numbers, time isn't real anyways, but your numbers may say this, but you may be this age spiritually. So yeah.
So you used to do more social media. Are you planning on?
Yes, I used to do a lot more with social media.
What's your plan?
with social media.
Expanding that?
Yeah, I want
into that soon?
I want to expand it and get back into it, a social media again. Yes, I've had a crazy hectic schedule, and do more with people, because that's another way to reach so many people.
Would you consider your own podcast or doing your own show, something like that?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
So this has been really amazing. Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing and spending time.
Thank you, and I wanted to thank you, Fernando, for inviting me and for putting up with me. Thank you guys to anyone that's watching. I really appreciate you taking the time to watch this, and I hope I gave you some good information anyhow. And you guys have a beautiful, beautiful day.
And we welcome our next guest. Maria's extraordinary journey spans 2 decades in the pharmaceutical realm, where she cultivated her skills and knowledge. In 2005, she embarked on a soul-stirring odyssey by immersing herself in a Buddhist community. This profound exploration led Maria to the realms of mindfulness and eventually unveiled the secrets of high yoga tantra. Fast forward to the present year, Maria encountered a pivotal moment that resonated deep within her, igniting a passion to guide others towards unlocking their untapped potential. Seamlessly blending her pharmaceutical expertise with her spiritual voyage, Maria now harnesses the power of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, and manifestation techniques to liberate individuals from self-imposed limitations, to transform their behaviors and craft a vibrant and purposeful existence. Thank you so much for joining us, Maria, and please enjoy the next presentation.
Hello, this is Maria coaching, and this video is for the submit. We're doing a submit for Fernando, and I wanted to present myself. Thank you, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and with amazing people, and let me have a moment to talk. My name is Maria, and I live in England. I moved to England when I was 26. I came with when I finished my degree as a pharmacist, and then I'm working as a pharmacist since about 1 or 2 years ago. I decided to help people in different way, and so for a long time I've been seeing people and giving medication, and didn't work, and doesn't work sometimes. So being a coach helped me to approach to patients in different way. This is private service. I don't do in my normal work. I do as a hobby, and this is my new purpose on life. And I would like to help people being a coach. And my main niche is people need help with confidence, feel alone, and they wanted to improve their lives. And but my important thing, one of my specialty is I want people change their mind, to change the subconscious mind and a new consciousness. And I give you something you're going to take when you pass away. So it's a personal development. I really passionate about helping others, and passionate to be a different in others people's life. And I just wanted to say, metaphysics is something new. People don't know what you can do when you're going to manifestate, but change your consciousness, change the program of your mind, help you to improve your life. When you do a personal development, you become more wealth, become more healthy, become more engaged with others. Your family love you more because you start connect with the around you, with the things around you. So I wanted to just let you know who I am, and there is a new path you can do, and it's a chance you can change your life. It's people like us, the coaches, we try to help others. I do NLP. I do change the habits. You change your habits, and you become a new you, and you can change your identity. Since this start, I've been feeling really calm. When this path start of being a coach, I lost my husband, and I promised myself I carry on doing this forever, and I will, because I think people feel lonely, people feel wasted lives thinking negative. So we need to encourage. So when we awake, and just nearly full awake, and we have the responsibility to transmit to others, to help others, and don't waste your life in negative. Fight with the families, fight with the people, because there is no fight there. When do people try to hurt you, it's become for very low vibration, very low people. So you must know how to, what to do, how you to move in the incorrect way, and with more positivity, and be accorded where you are, connect that who you are. That will make you more happy, and you can do whatever you want. So please enjoy the summit. We are a lot of people here, and giving you service to encourage to change your life. If you ever thought about it and you've been procrastinating, and just do now. And as soon as you start the personal development, as soon as you start living your life, and the life you deserve. So be brave and do this with us. Take care. Bye bye.
And now I get to introduce you to Marie Ferguson, Awakening founder and my beautiful business partner. She is a beacon of inspiration and empowerment in the spheres of feminine embodiment, youth empowerment, and creative expression. With a rich tapestry of experiences spanning over 16 years in the field of education, with a special focus on arts, Marie stands a testament to the transformative power of dedication and passion. Armed with a Master's of Education, she brings a depth of knowledge and understanding to her work, nurturing a profound commitment to uplifting and empowering women from all walks of life. Marie's journey is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Despite facing significant challenges such as occupational burnout and heart-wrenching experiences of multiple miscarriages, she has emerged stronger and more determined than ever. It is through these trials that Marie has honed her ability to deeply empathize and connect with others on a personal level, infusing her work with authenticity and compassion. Drawing from ancient wisdom passed down through priestess lineages, Marie offers a unique and sacred approach to guiding others on a transformative journey of rediscovering their feminine essence. Through her teachings and guidance, individuals are invited to delve deep into the wellspring of their inner wisdom, unlocking their true potential and embracing the fullness of who they are meant to be. Marie's work is not just a vocation but a calling, a sacred mission to uplift and empower those around her. With grace, wisdom, and a profound love for humanity, she continues to shine as a guiding light for all who seek to embark on the journey of self-discovery and empowerment. Welcome, Marie, and thank you for sharing your beautiful gifts.
Hello, beautiful people. My name is Marie Ferguson, and I'm a feminine embodiment leader. I have a Master's in Education, specializing in the arts. I'm also a global platform speaker and creator, creating our own platforms of summits with my beautiful co-founder Felicia Lee with Awakening Academy. And I'm also a co-author in an international book project, and also I am an advanced breathwork facilitator. So many beautiful titles, but the other amazing thing is I am an authentic, heart-centered leader, and I'm so excited to connect with you today if this has crossed your path. So I'm speaking about from lineage to legacy, harnessing ancestral wisdom to shape the new earth. Oh, there's so much in that. And before we dive deeper, I wanted to share a little bit more about my story that led me down this path. You know, being a mum, being a teacher, being someone that's heart-centered, I have a big vision not only for myself, my family, but also for humanity. And so coming back to my ancestral wisdom and the gifts that have come online have really been forged like the phoenix rising out of the ashes in the depth of darkness, to know actually how powerful and potent the light is within me. And this superhero journey and story was forged in a lot of sadness, despair, and trauma. I'm going to share that with you, which led me into the embodiment work that I do, the body wisdom that's come online, and the lineage pieces and the ancestral work that has been gifted to me by the generations before. And so I want to take you back about 3 years ago now, where I think my daughter was 4. I just changed schools. I was working in an all-girls school. We had our home. Everything was going beautifully. And then we were trying to have another child to expand our family, because society said, my mother said, it's time. It's time to do the things, and the story of the expanding family unfolding. And this piece of facing the unexpected in what motherhood was teaching me was that I actually experienced 3 miscarriages back to back in a 9-month period. And it was through this trauma, through this depth of understanding myself and coming back to my heart, coming back to my womb, and knowing my body on another level, knowing what spirit had planned for me, was unfolding in a very embodied way. And interestingly, on my healing journey, I was thrust into the feelings of what numbness felt like. I didn't know who I was anymore. All the threads of identity, these stories that I was telling myself of who I was or who I was meant to be, had to be shed through this process. And interesting as well, as females, as women, our cycle, the wisdom that my cycle was giving me with shedding and rebirth was so profound. And at the time, it was really hard to experience the polarities of what grief, rage, this sacred rage that was coming through, of not only that loss for self, but loss of life, loss of hope. And that was forged through this process. And it has been so enriching to come back to my body, come back to my womb and my cycle, and reframe how I use my energy, tap into my emotions and my nervous system, and allow the body wisdom and the genetics within me, the gifts, to come online. And this intuitive oracle wisdom that gets to now enhance and anchor deeply into my body is something that I feel more and more of us are now feeling. And it was through this process of healing, of talking to amazing women that were grounded in breathwork, somatic practices, women's circles, that really opened my eyes more deeply into the threads that were missing, and these golden threads that were linked also to my experience, to my trauma, and coming back to understanding through those threads that within my DNA, we hold all the answers. We hold the cosmic library within us. And if we think about our lineage, we think about our genetics, our mother's side, our matriarchal side can tap back 7 generations. We think about our patriarchal side, our father's side, the lineage, again, 7 generations. And so scientific evidence shows that our DNA can hold up to 14 generations of lineage, of trauma, of curses, but also of gifts, of power, of remembrance and resilience and strength and love from our ancestors. And it's up to us to notice, to acknowledge, to transmute that. And so what has come online for me, particularly within the last 3 years of initiating into the womb priestess within me, the high priestess knowledge and divine goddess wisdom that is anchored through my DNA and the lineage of my ancestors, is this harmonization of this intergenerational trauma that also gets to be intergenerational healing. And one of the first things that really sparked this curiosity about our body wisdom, of tapping into the genetics, but also our DNA and the wisdom that we carry within us, was sparked by this beautiful image. I got this card at a beautiful event I was at, and it just was like, of course, universe, you're gifting me this at this time. And so when we think about the feminine body, this is your grandmother, this is your mother, and this is you. And so when we think about the power of the womb in the physical, carrying the genetics of the physical, at least 3 lineages, let alone the other pieces of wisdom that I was sharing before within the womb space. And so for me, I was like, oh, this is me. This is my mother. This is me. This is my daughter. And this piece around healing and tapping into the wisdom of our parents really came online when I was looking at my own journey. And like my mother and I, she's Filipino. So within that lineage, I've got ancestors from Spain, from China, from the Philippines, the Asian, I suppose, side of things, and who knows where else that can stem back to. On my father's side, there's definitely the Irish. My daughter's a redhead. I love how this picture has a little redhead in here, and a very oriental, well for me, oriental mother, me in the middle. And for me, this really sparks this piece about, okay, the trauma, these experiences of loss, of lack, of scarcity, of the mindset and the stories that were passed on to me from my mother, from her mother's mother, noticing for me the things that we were butting heads on and having boundaries on, but then also through this experience of loss, tapping into my grandmother's energy really allowed me to heal a lot between me and my mother, and the mother wounding that I was carrying, not only for myself, but for her as well, in order to heal that. And so I softened a lot during this time to understand how hard it was for her, and let alone our grandparents, and let alone the parents before them. And our ancestors have paved a path for us now to notice the gifts that they're giving us, that we can transmute all of the hurt, the abandonment, the scarcity, those feelings that maybe are not ours. And so coming back to our body wisdom, coming back to listening deeply and discerning what is our energy versus what is others, or even past pieces, is a real skill that is now coming forth as the new earth templates are rising through, the consciousness energy is shifting and evolving. There are people remembering past lives, remembering feelings, and having to process a lot of the trauma within the physical body. And so this piece about intergenerational trauma and understanding your lineage, whether you know your grandparents' lineage or not, like I don't know my lineage going way back. But what I do know and what I have felt in my own experience and awakening is I feel their energy. And I know that my grandmother was a beautiful womb priestess, giving birth to and helping other women birth life. She was a doula in a way, helping families in her culture, in her community, and also death as well. And it's this piece around the life, death, life mother energy archetype, that divine mother goddess wisdom that we all have within us, that we can tap in with that feminine essence and energy, so that the masculine within us, the masculine in our relationships, whether it's our partners, our family members, our children, get to become more harmonized within self. And so what I've found in my own experience is coming back to understanding my body, understanding how the energy works in flow with particularly my menstrual cycle, and tapping into that power. It's like, wow, there is such depth in the wisdom that I have in my body, the wisdom of the flow and the cyclical nature of what it is to be feminine. So the piece about legacy is, who is teaching this to our teenagers? Who is teaching this to our future leaders? Who is teaching this to our children? Because if not now, then when? And if not me, and if not you, then who? And this piece about legacy, about coming back to the heart, coming back to passion, has been a gift that my ancestors and the sovereign part of my soul work is here to do. So when we think about legacy, finding your passion, living in that joy and speaking and embodying it with passion. That's the key. So if we get to do more of this and we feel from the heart, even in those times that seem like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, if we keep coming back to the breath, coming back to standing up in your power and taking those baby steps forward, then that is enough to shift whatever it is you're going through. There are so many strategies that we can tap into, from meditation to somatic body work, breath work, to tapping an EFT, to doing past life regressions and hypnotherapy. These are all beautiful modalities that can anchor in and get us to tap into our subconscious, which can then go deeper into things that we may have suppressed. But it doesn't have to take as long as we think it does. So if you're ready to change, if you're ready to alchemize and transmute those curses, those traumas, those triggers, then it is going to be hard work for your nervous system, for your body. Knowing that you have the resilience, the strength, the courage to shift that within yourself. And so I'd encourage this. Connect with people that are like-minded. People like in this space here. Talk to them, reach out, ask questions. I encourage you to read, to listen. There are so many amazing podcasts. There are so many beautiful books. And I also encourage you to do some of the most simplest things, like go back into nature. The ancestors are always with us. Our guides, our cosmic guides, our team are always with us. Whether we are willing to ask and listen and action and embody the changes required, that's the next step that we must do in order to live the legacy and be the legacy now for our children, our children's children, and for ourselves above all. This piece of coming back to self in a very sacred way may appear selfish to some people, but if you cannot understand and know thyself, everything within you going deeper into your triggers, going deeper into the stories and allowing it to be released and shed so that you can make space to receive more of your essence, more of your energy, more of the gifts that you have ingrained within your DNA that is so unique to you, to your frequency. Then you have to let it go. And that can be really hard to surrender, to soften. And on the back of this card, I was like, oh, this is me as well. You see the reflections in other people. But this piece about softening, softly, the tender touch. And this softening within your essence, this softening within the human experience is a deep courage, a deep surrender, a deep humbling, and also acceptance of sovereignty. Because we get to change it for everyone through ourselves. We are the bridge. So this piece from lineage to legacy, knowing how powerful your DNA is, knowing the power, you chose your parents. Whether you have an experience with a beautiful family, or perhaps triggering families, or perhaps families maybe where you're not talking to them anymore, we chose that experience and the lessons and the parents and their DNA and their gifts. So perhaps reframing this lineage piece of actually how powerful and how gifted they are, whether they're aware of it or not. There is something within them that we chose to anchor in our strength, to anchor in our gifts, to anchor in our power and our resilience and the way that we show up for ourselves. Could we see that as a blessing? Could we see that the gifts that our ancestors, whether living now or of past, are gifts that we can tap into with our hearts, into our bodies, but being grounded to use them? And so nature, getting yourself into nature, getting yourself to tap into Mother Earth's heart and frequency, to put your feet on the earth, breathe in the fresh air, and allow yourself to release. The templates are already there. The crystalline structure within your vessel is already online. The children already have these gifts. And so when we allow ourselves to surrender, we can harness this energy of our ancestors, of the guides, of our sovereign being and essence, and tap into the oneness that we are, so that we get to live the new earth now, that our children get to inherit the new earth. And these templates are encoded in our hearts, encoded in our voices, encoded in our eyes, encoded in our body. So know that every time you walk, you are blessing the earth. Every time you speak, you are blessing those people with your voice, your ideas, your opinions. But to allow them to also bring their sovereign gifts online, this is where co-creation and collaboration work so beautifully together. And this is the framework for the new earth.